top of a pyramid scheme for so long, they've forgotten what capitalism is. And Bitcoin is here to remind them what capitalism is, and hopefully to save capitalism from these rapacious kleptocrats. Let them chew on that for a while.
That power comes from us, and you talk. I quote you on that 6 billion, the other half, 6.5 billion, all the time to my friends and everyone that I meet, and it goes over really, really well. It's like it's a very powerful, you know, line, and but that power comes from us, and ultimately they can't exist without our permission. If we withdraw our participation in these markets, they're going to find it hard to survive, aren't they?
Absolutely. Well, and part of this panel was about reforming the banks. They were talking about it's too difficult to get a bank account. It's too difficult to wire your money. It takes 2 or 3 days. They were talking about weaknesses in the traditional banking system that Bitcoin is exposing. And they weren't talking about, they were saying that maybe Bitcoin could fix the banks. They weren't saying that we already have a perfectly good tool that works in Bitcoin. And the things that the professor was saying, which is Professor Athey, the lady was saying, was so just, I mean, completely FUD and completely against Bitcoin. It was almost like she was an advertisement against Bitcoin. It could go to 0. There could be a 51% attack. Ripple is better. It's centralized. It's really hard to take them seriously as people trying to understand the thing they're trying to regulate.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of the facts that were mentioned during these hearings, and if you can remind me of some of the issues, because I was, unfortunately, my head was pounding from the blood-filled rage that was going on in my head as I was hearing all this bullshit. But I did catch most of it as I was tweeting back frantically. Let's talk first about the 51% attack, because this is something that comes up often. This was a stunning show of misunderstanding and misrepresentation of how the consensus system of Bitcoin works. The idea, first of all, the idea that the 51% attack could change the protocol rules is preposterous. So 51% attack could affect the next block, and that's it. And if you're not noticed, maybe you can affect a few blocks more, but somebody showing up with 51% of the hashing power is noticed very, very quickly. The idea that ghash.io was an example of a 50% attack, or the risk that brings, was the exact opposite of what actually happened. What happened was the network noticed, and when the hashing power of ghash.io started approaching 40%, not 50%, but 40%, the market reacted. Miners fled, they went to other pools, and as a result, ghash.io hashing power dropped dramatically and calibrated perfectly. A free market reaction that preserves the sanctity and security of the currency vis-a-vis a single actor who might take advantage. That was the perfect example of anti-fragility and resilience in the mining system. But let's for a moment think about what would happen if miners had a 51% attack. They could affect the next block or the next few blocks until they're discovered. Could they make protocol changes? Absolutely not. If the miners had a long-standing 51% attack and were able to release a new version of the software that affected protocol changes, what would happen? They would very soon discover that there are 4 broad constituencies in the consensus system: miners, end users with their wallets, the merchants who accept transactions, and the web wallet companies that maintain wallets on behalf of thousands or millions of users. And what they would discover is that the miners would go off and fork the chain on their 51% mining power, and they'd end up on a blockchain that was empty of transactions, because all of the users, merchants, and web wallets would stay behind on the minority chain. And if you have a minority chain with all the transactions and a majority chain without any transactions, guess which chain matters? The idea that miners could simply hijack Bitcoin is ridiculous. The power of consensus is distributed broadly along several constituencies, and these constituencies are increasing in power over time. Every single startup that's interfacing with the Bitcoin network has a choice not only as to which version of Bitcoin D they use, but also whether they use an alternative like LibBitcoin or Bitcoin J. If they want, they can go all the way to the fringes and pick something that's completely different. And that consensus system ensures that no player, even if they acquire 51%, can mess with the core protocol against the wishes of the rest of the users. So, first of all, that was a load of bullshit. I mean, it had no basis in fact, and it represented a fundamental misunderstanding of how the consensus system works. So my question is, where did they find these people? because they clearly don't understand Bitcoin or the distributed consensus system. And they were able to appear as essentially advocates for cryptocurrency who went and threw cryptocurrencies under the bus by coming up with this bizarre view of a better centralized system. Now, I don't want to go into profanities, but you've heard exactly what I've said when I say if the regulators come to you and they tell you that for your own good they're going to fix Bitcoin, you know what to say.
Absolutely.
I mean, one of the things that bugs me a lot is that we're still talking about this in terms of money. I mean, the paper was remarkable. The original Bitcoin distributed timestamp paper was remarkable in the proof of work. When he laid it out, Satoshi basically said honesty must pay more than fraud. That the current financial system is just back to front. That you're incentivized to lie and keep information within a closed loop. In fact, you actually have to buy your integrity back because other people know that you've lied, and then you end up having to spend the rest of your career just paying them off to keep yourself out of trouble. And so this idea, Kierkegaard had this notion of truth is repetition. I think he called it the subjective theory of truth. That truth is what people say it is over time. It just feels right. Like people don't need empirical evidence. When you tell them this, when you talk to them about this, they kind of get it. That kind of feels right to me. And so if we could get out of this idea of it being money and it being a threat, we could actually look at it from a foundational point of view. This is the ability for the whole world to agree on something. This is the ability to prove that an activity took place at a certain time. I want people to leave conversations with me feeling inspired. This isn't about giving them information, hoping that they'll remember it. I think it's about giving them the ideas, and I think we can just treat these people like they're irrelevant. I really feel like
they are.
Already...
I mean, yeah, they are irrelevant, but the point is that at the moment, a lot of the mainstream media are going to cover this, and they're going to cover this with sensationalist headlines that are going to be heard by a lot of people. And essentially what they achieved with this one set of hearings was to deliver a truckload of fear, uncertainty, and doubt right into the center of decentralized cryptocurrencies and make us believe that if only we let the banks regulate it and mold it to their own image, then it will be successful. But otherwise, people are going to be defrauded by these internet nerds. I mean, that was the gist of these hearings, and I think that was an appalling message. Some people online have been saying that I'm too quick to anger because, I'm saying that these people are lying. Whereas in fact they're simply misinformed. Here's the issue. If you go on public TV in hearings and you are not well informed and you are not certain and you do not have enough knowledge about a subject, then you approach it with humility. You approach it softly. You don't start making absolutist pronouncements, especially when those pronouncements are backed by the force of law and the force of state regulators, and can be seen by an entire industry as turning into regulations very, very soon. So what we saw here was not humility. What we saw here was not soft stepping. What we saw here was not a recognition that this is a complex, rapidly changing, and fragile environment in which a lot of innovation is happening and should best be treated carefully. What we saw was hubris of an unbelievable level by people who have completely denounced free market principles and are just in love with the idea of centralized control as a means for securing the interests of consumers, when the facts have proven that the exact opposite has happened. So yes, I mean, are they lying, or are they just blinded by their own hubris? In the end, as far as Bitcoin is concerned, it's irrelevant. As far as the mainstream media coverage is concerned, it doesn't really matter. Either way, this was damaging, and it will be damaging to cryptocurrency reputation through the media, but most importantly, it's going to be damaging to New York State as a location for Bitcoin innovation and startups. If I was an investor right now and I had just watched these hearings, I would be packing my bags and heading for other states, at least, if not outside the United States. This is a very dangerous type of attitude to take with a nascent technology.
But oftentimes, the way to get to the truth is by being wrong first. And you can't tell a lie without knowing what the truth is, right? That's one of the features of frauds. And so, yeah, sure, I'd say let them go on their TV and let them, say whatever they want according to their agenda. I mean, the worst part of hell in Dante's Inferno, the worst part of hell was for the people who didn't care what the truth was. They're the bullshitters, right? They just said whatever they had to say to get their petty little needs met. And that's how kind of how I feel about these people, right? But also that their lies present an opportunity for us to respond in a way that can help us identify to the lay people, because ultimately it's going to be the pragmatists that are going to help determine where this movement goes. And so we need to direct them to those lies. We need to tell them why they're wrong. And I think you can attack it at the level of the individual, but I also think you need to get under the floorboards. I think you need to tell them why they're wrong and help them to deconstruct it for themselves.
All right, well, let's talk about some of the other factual statements that were presented as truth in this hearing, and look at some of the alternative perspectives that might bring some the light of truth or the light of facts here, and see whether we have some counter-arguments. What else struck you as most outrageous other than the 51% mining issue?
I'm struggling to remember now, but I think it was pretty much, I was mostly upset about the idea that kept on going on about volatility. Did they even mention the hacks? That's normally one that comes up quite a lot. They keep saying that Bitcoins can be stolen, as if money can't be stolen.
Yes, they did mention the hacks and that Bitcoin can be stolen. They failed to mention this key point, which is that every single hack and compromise that has happened so far has been an issue of end-user wallet security and not of the core protocol. Nothing in the core protocol has ever been compromised in order to steal funds. And the other key thing is that in a push payment system like Bitcoin, when you do hacks like that, you can only do individualized and targeted hacks. Whereas in a pull system, if you're able to compromise 1 million credit cards, as happened to Target recently, then you can do a broad-based attack against every holder of that system, and not just now, but in perpetuity until they change their credentials, because you've compromised their entire credential set. In Bitcoin, if you are able to compromise one Bitcoin address, then you've compromised just that one Bitcoin address, and only the funds that are in it. And beyond that, you cannot use that to compromise future addresses, and you cannot use that to compromise the addresses of other people on the same system. Only when you have, for example, web wallets that have custodian access to all of your Bitcoin do you have the risk of broad-based hacks. And even there, that risk is somewhat minimized. So most of the hacks we've seen have been by necessity targeted. They've affected few users. And for the most part, the most serious attacks we've seen have been on organizations that have custodial access to Bitcoin, exactly the ones that represent a more centralized approach to Bitcoin that resembles the old banking scenarios, and not the ones that are decentralized by nature and use multi-sig or encrypted keys to fully exploit the decentralized opportunities within Bitcoin for security. Those systems have never been compromised en masse and cannot be compromised en masse. So you know, what we're seeing is the few instances of theft that have occurred are ones that reveal the weaknesses of the old banking system, and where the old banking system is implemented in Bitcoin, it fails. Absolutely. They also reveal some of the weaknesses we have to deal with user security, and I would agree that is a big problem in Bitcoin that we need to organizations that have to build better security in Bitcoin. But we don't do that by centralizing and providing more custodial access to a trusted institution. We do that by taking advantage of programmable money to use multi-sig transactions and escrow and backup signatures in order to protect the funds as they're locked in the blockchain in a fully decentralized fashion. We don't take our trust and put it in a centralized entity. We trust in math and the decentralized consensus system, and we strengthen that through programmable money. The failures of Bitcoin in thefts we've seen are the centralized failures of Bitcoin that most resemble the old banking system, and none of that discussion revealed these basic facts.
So, okay, so what I'm hearing here is a story about something like the reason we're in this mess in the first place is because we outsourced our wealth management. Like, we gave somebody else the keys and we said, right, is it not our fault? We've been apathetic all this time, we've been lazy, we kind of wanted somebody else to kind of deal with it. Because one of the first things that in my workshops, when I show people, like, introduce them to Bitcoin, I show them how to set up a private, a paper wallet, right? Because that way they come face to face with the mechanism itself. If it doesn't work, I do this thing where I send some Bitcoins over. If it doesn't work, they get to see the error. They don't get it masked by the software. It's not kind of hidden for them. So they can then start to see. And actually, a lot of the time, even the people in the older generations, who are very, their knee-jerk reaction is to be a little bit skeptical about this. They kind of know that it's the right thing to do, but they're also very intimidated by it because I think they don't want to look stupid, right? When they finally realize that this is money you control, that it's under their, under their actual direct manipulation and control, they actually go, you know what, this is how money should always have been. Like, yeah, this is how it should be. And so that's kind of what I'm hearing. These people are fixated on this control mentality, and we see it too in companies like Google and Facebook, where they just want to be able to control the supply of information. But I think people grok it. Like, people kind of get it when you actually show it to them. And I would also say about the fees and so on, because they talked a little bit about those as well.
Yes.
In terms of the 25% profit margin, or they're just not going to turn up. They're not doing this altruistically. But one of the things
that was brilliant. I mean, what another incredible misunderstanding of free market dynamics. In a free market where you have a fluctuating price and the ability for any entrant to compete fairly, price will go down until the marginal profit you make approaches the marginal cost of providing the service. Mm-hmm. The idea that somehow this market will fail because there's not an ability to have a 25% profit margin is ludicrous on its face, and is such an antiquated notion. I was disbelieving when they said that. When they said that the existing players will leave the market if they can't make 25% profit margins like the banks do. I mean, again, hubris, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things we're trying to do at Feathercoin is turn mining into a vocation. I mean, it kind of already is, but I mean more so. So that this isn't something you do for the money. I mean, yes, the money is there and you enjoy it, but profit isn't the goal. It's the result of you being good at what you do. Servicing the equipment and so on. And so there's a large sort of vibrant forum. There are now a few YouTube channels popping up on how to make miners. I'm working on a project to make a greenhouse with a crypto miner in it that can be heated over the winter, that can produce fresh water and so on. So you can actually, this isn't just programmable money. It's also money that people keep coming up to this thing and they keep approaching this movement. And they say, what can it do for me? No, it's not the right question. It's what can you do in this movement? How can you own this? How can you be part of this? And really, it's the only limitation is your imagination, really. So yeah, I mean, if you can build these kind of ancillary benefits onto the mining, I mean, it's already very efficient. It's already way more efficient than those huge glass buildings on that prime real estate that Barclays own in Canary Wharf in London, where there really is no need for them to luxuriate like that. Like we're all paying for that. Like, they factor that into the cost. They pass that all down the line.
Right. These are the cathedrals of a kleptocracy, and we just nailed a proclamation of Protestant Reformation on their fucking door, and they hate it. Of course they do. Here's the thing. At its core, Bitcoin is the decentralized system that allows you to do consensus at scale, and we've never done this in history before. The idea of being able to achieve agreement and consensus on the state of a network at massive scale in a decentralized way is a completely new and alien concept, and it will topple a lot of centralized and hierarchical institutions that fail to understand how this changes the fundamentals of their industry. The centralized approach has failed, and what we saw at these hearings was a complete inability to even understand how decentralized systems can generate trust, how decentralized systems can generate transactions and value, and how they can be used to support a currency. And it's natural that they fail to understand that. What's not natural, in my opinion, was the incredible trust and gullible belief in the idea that somehow centralized institutions deliver security, currency, value, and stability, when in fact, the market facts demonstrate that that is absolutely not the case. I think it was a combination of extreme fear in the face of extreme change that a lot of people are simply not ready to accept. But those who are see this not as risk. They see this as tremendous opportunity. Mm-hmm. They see the basic concept of decentralized decision-making as an opportunity to refashion enormous parts of our society to be more equitable, more fair, more predictable, deterministically understood by every participant in a system where the rules can't be bent for the benefit of the few. And within that, they see opportunity for whole new industries. Industries in insurance, in finance, in law, in distributed consensus voting, in organizing societal transactions and societal interactions in a much more equitable fashion. And those people will become entrepreneurs in Bitcoin, and they'll start businesses. And these will not be businesses about making money or doing shopping. They'll be businesses about changing the fundamental relationship between people when they transact online. That's where the promise is, and we see that. So, you know, the idea that somehow if only we play fair with the bankers, they'll come in and teach us how to do this right, well, we already know they're doing this wrong.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, you know, the best way to win an argument is just not to have that argument. I think that part of what, when they said, like, you know, that we should be putting this into the grown-ups' hands, what metaphor did they use? I don't even remember, but it shocked me anyway. I just felt like, yeah, no one's going to buy this. Like, you're deluding yourself now. Have some dignity, you know. Yeah, I think this, with the thing about the rich is that they kind of need that wealth, right? The poor don't need that wealth because they haven't had it before. They're not used to it. They're perfectly self-sufficient. So when something like this comes along, they also automatically, their sentiment is priced into the market function. They can now actually have a say. Like, there are people that are trying to get bitcoins into regions of Africa, right? Now, at the moment, the coffee farmer, the guy that grows the beans, is stuck between, you know, an intermediary and me, the buyer. And a company like Waitrose, I don't know if you have Waitrose in America, or Tesco's or Sainsbury's, one of these supermarkets, what their whole business model is, it's all about pushing risk onto the prime markets, right? Because they can arbitrage, and they've got their marketing models, and they can drive up demand by you know, spouting advertising at us, which is just the whole presumption of advertising is that I can't be trusted with my purchasing decisions, right? So they throw me this advertising, and they can drive up demand, whereas the farmer is exposed to the elements. The farmer is exposed to the volatility and the weather patterns, but these intermediaries, now, they can kind of shield themselves from the risk, but now you've got an opportunity to actually connect the prime markets to the retail sector directly, no?
Yeah, this is the key of cryptocurrencies, which is that forget the technology for a moment and forget the promise of the currency. The fundamental change that has occurred is that up to now, in 193 countries, you only had one choice of currency, and now you have two, or three, or four. You have choice. And as people start exercising that choice, it's a whole new world. We've never had a free market for currencies. And so we need to reconsider what delivers value to a currency. I think there's a lot of parallels in the discussion we saw today with the early days of the internet. At the time, freedom of the press involved the freedom of institutions like the New York Times, who had a press that was 4 football fields long and 3 stories high, to form public opinion by very, very carefully selecting, vetting, and filtering through an editorial process, and then releasing a trickle of authoritative information out there. And when the internet came along and it offered everybody the ability to have a voice, most of these institutions were horrified at the idea that the unwashed masses would actually have an opinion that arrived at the desk of other people without being heavily filtered through editorial control. If you look at some of the reactions, they were very similar to what we saw today. This idea that if someone is able to do this, it terrified them because it suddenly, information was no longer valued based on the size of your press and the size of your marketing organization. It had to stand on its own legs. It had to be factually supported. And suddenly all of these organizations were thrust in a completely open, free market of ideas and information that terrified them. If you look at the first hearings, you can see legislators and you can see state regulators appalled at the idea that someone on the internet could say something without being editorially controlled. Even in the land of the free, the idea seemed somewhat dangerous to them and somewhat rebellious. What we're seeing here is the idea that currencies derive their value because they can only be printed by a central bank that has a 4 football field, 3-story high printing system for creating unforgeable pieces of paper that have the full faith and credit of the US government. Well, that idea is now dead. Currencies are now a free market where any individual can build a coin. In fact, as I've predicted in my more recent understanding of this field, I expect we're going to have hundreds of thousands or millions of coins and currencies, because if a 5-year-old can go online and use a GUI to make a coin, you're going to have Joey coin and Jimmy coin and Maria coin in your primary school. And these will not have monetary value. But here's the thing. We've suddenly disconnected monetary value from the source of the currency. Monetary value now is an emergent behavior or attribute of a currency that reaches a level of transactional volume that is accepted by a broad community. That's what gives it monetary currency, not who printed it, not who created it in the first place. I'm going to be surprised at what currencies achieve monetary value in this ecosystem. Most of them will not. But what we've seen today is that certain parties are absolutely uncomfortable with the idea that monetary value can emerge as a phenomenon of a complex system based on simple rules, rather than be derived from above by fiat. That new world absolutely terrifies them. And I feel very comfortable in that new world. And I think a lot of the world outside the US feels even more comfortable with that because they have even less trust on the centralized institutions that print their money because they've seen the history of that. Sorry for going on these long rants, but I'm
really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to watching this video back afterwards, actually. Yeah, I think something I've noticed is that money certainly is being denationalized, and it's forming its borders around lines of trust. It's forming its borders around cultural lines as well. You know, we often sort of think of Feathercoin more as a local currency that has a global reach. But we're sort of looking at ways that it can help people on the ground. I mean, that's mostly been our focus. And we're having a meeting with Hull City Council. It's a city in northern England that's not very rich, and it's certainly in the UK. London is like the central hub. All the wealth gravitates around London and the southeast. And in our news broadcasts and in our media, very little gets said about anything outside of southeast England. So we had a meeting with Hull. They came to our meetup. We're going to go up there, and they were like, "How about we give Feathercoins out to people on state benefits?" And I was like, "Well, it's a little bit risky, but we can help you set up your own if you want. You know, maybe you want to try a currency that's going to be a bit more secure for you." But they already had ideas. So these were local councillors. These were local governments. Real power is local. And
right.
If they're starting to tune in, if they've got Twitter feeds, if they've got RSS feeds, and they're looking at this information, you know, do you remember that series, The Wire? Right. Yeah. It was this David Simon did this wonderful exegesis and essay on the way in which the institution bears down on the individual. And really what he was saying is, look, the world is just one big conversation where everyone's just trying to get their needs met. But sometimes what happens is the institution bears down on the individual to such an extent that they behave according to like the general will, right? They just do what they think they're supposed to do rather than behaving like, you know, with phronesis, like they're responding to the unique situation in the unique way. They fall back on the rule book. They say, well, what does the rule book say? Because that protects me from, you know, taking any kind of responsibility for my actions. Well, what am I supposed to do so I can cover my ass, right? But what I'm noticing now more and more is that, you know, I've met some people from the Bank of England, for example. I've gone to their meetups. I thought for a while, maybe in my hubris, that I could burst in from the inside. You know, I could kind of get into the belly of the beast. It was a completely wrong strategy. I don't suggest you do it. But I did talk to some of these people, and if you engage with them on a personal level, you get a lot farther in the conversation. Like if you actually, you know, say, look, what did you want to be when you were a kid? Is this really what you imagine life would be like? You know, turning up every day, sitting behind a desk, listening to somebody else's voice. You can get something. And what I'm noticing now, like with Hull City Council, they want us to go give a talk up there at one of their forums. You know, I'm hoping that I can kind of get them on board with the whole movement, because I think what they're seeing this is, look, at the moment we give out food stamps, and I don't know if you know, but in the UK there's longer and longer queues for food, because it turns out that we had all these kinds of dependencies. The house prices are tearing away from the cost of you know, from our earnings. It's completely unsustainable. Eventually house prices will have to converge with your ability to pay for them. But in the interim, we have a time function issue to deal with. These people were receiving benefits that have been cut back, and now they can't eat. And guess what? If you're going to do that, people are going to find it more profitable to commit crime. So what's happening is local councils and parishes are getting together to kind of give out food for free. Well, then you've got another currency issue, because now you're giving out vouchers. So look, you've got this invention. You've been reading about it on your Twitter stream. It's becoming more and more in your consciousness. It can't be falsified. It's a claim that is made that you know is true. So why not? I mean, it just makes sense.
I think you're absolutely right. Let's look at that from a slightly different perspective. And I think this is a perspective that I don't hear about that much, but I think is really important to understand. There's this idea that Bitcoin as a currency acts as a direct competitor to national currencies. And what it does is it offers people a way to migrate their financial activities from the mainstream currency as it stands today, US dollar here, euro in Europe, British pound sterling in England, to migrate those activities into the Bitcoin economy. And essentially what happens is it's a zero-sum game. The Bitcoin economy grows by absorbing economic activity from the economy around it. Oh boy, is that wrong. Because what's happened in the meantime is that in the middle of a stagnant economy overall, where you cannot get credit and you cannot get commercial loans to start businesses and you cannot get funding, because innovation is unprofitable, because it's so much better to sit on a stream of money and do rent-seeking behavior, and it's so much more profitable to attach yourself to a government contract and build bombs so that they can go kill people. All of these activities are basically draining innovation out of the economy and draining any incentive for any entrepreneur. When it's far more profitable to cheat and steal and extract rent-seeking money from an economic flow, what that does is it kills innovation. So let's see what happens. You have a stagnant economy, and then in the middle of it you have this little pool of liquidity. And over time this little pool of liquidity created some people who were relatively wealthy in Bitcoin terms, and that created liquidity and credit. These people then turned around and invested their newfound wealth, which was generated through this new currency, back into startups and companies that went out and hired people. And these people started making money in Bitcoin and started investing that money back into companies. What we have here is not Bitcoin just absorbing the economy through merchant activities and retail, which has been the primary focus. What we have here is a completely standalone economy that is feeding itself by creating its own self-contained liquidity ecosystem that is generating innovation and investment in an entire new industry. If we look back, what happened on the internet was not that the internet took the international long-distance telephony market and absorbed it until the internet was equal to it. That was the beginning. But eventually the internet became its own economy. And as its own economy, it dwarfed all of the economies it absorbed and started generating far more economic activity from within than it did by absorbing external industries. Bitcoin is on that path. Bitcoin is now generating a vibrant, innovation-based, technology-based economy that is creating thousands of jobs since the middle of 2013 and is creating robust economic activity and growth on its own, in its own right, with its own currency, with its own liquidity, through its own investors who had the vision and foresight to risk their money in the beginning and got rewarded, and turned that around and invested into productive activities. It is a little jewel of a free market in the sea of stagnation that is generating thousands of jobs. And people are missing the point. Bitcoin will not absorb the rest of the economy. That's not what's important. Bitcoin will give people a choice to join a new economy, an economy that's vibrant, that's young, that's not corrupted, and that is brimming with innovation in a sea of complete stagnation. So you can work for the murderers, you can work for the thieves, you can work for the torturers, or you can work for the innovators. And youth will make that choice. And I think people are going to be surprised by how compelling that proposition is and how many people will decide to embed themselves in an economy that has jobs, Bitcoin, that has growth, and is generating this growth not on illegal activities as they like to play it out on the New York DFS panel, but is generating these things based on core fundamental technological innovation that is generating enormous potential and enormous inventiveness. And this incredible new appetite for re-envisioning basic societal functions as a decentralized system. That's the power of Bitcoin. Screw absorbing the rest of the economy. The rest of the economy is a dead carcass bleeding at the side of the road. Bitcoin is the little jewel economy that could. It's the little engine of growth that could. And if you focus on that for just a minute, then you see the real potential. And people will understand that.
Yeah, let Caesar have what is Caesar's. You know, let the pig rot in its own, fester. Is
Yeah.
Tom still here?
Still here. I just let you guys
Yeah.
talk.
How you doing?
I mean,
Well,
if
I
you
mean,
want to go,
hey,
go
the other aspect of this, I want to do the historical analogy. When people first looked at the internet, they talked about how much of the telephony market it would take over. About 5 years into the discussion, that changed as we started seeing companies like Yahoo and Alta Vista and eventually Google emerge, and people started realizing that this had an economic market of its own. In the end, the internet did not replace telephones. It made them irrelevant. It didn't replace news companies. It made them irrelevant. It
Well,
didn't replace
situated them on a
entertainment
continuum.
companies. It
It's a
made them
continuum.
irrelevant. Yes, but it removed their power. It removed their ability to extract huge profits. It removed their ability to work in an insular, anti-competitive market, and it made them irrelevant to the needs of most people. Not because people didn't need telephones anymore, but because people didn't want to use telephones and instead would rather use Skype, which is now, as of this year, corresponds to the largest percentage of international communications. So here's the thing: Bitcoin will not destroy the dollar. Bitcoin will not destroy the banks. Bitcoin will not destroy financial services. It will render them irrelevant, obsolete, less powerful, less profitable, a lot less profitable, and it will give people an opportunity to have an alternative choice.
Yeah. I think economists call it X-efficiency. I'm just double checking now. Like most industries tend to break even over time, and then a new paradigm will come along, and it situates the previous one on a longer continuum. So you just get an ever-extending, economic horizon.
Right, and here's the other thing that we need to understand. Profit margins are dictated by market dynamics, and in a free market, your marginal profit will very rapidly approach the marginal cost of doing business. Now, let's look at financial services over the last 15 years. Financial services in the Western world has gone from approximately 4% of GDP in countries like the UK and the US to approximately 8% of GDP, while overall economic activity has not increased that much, and the services offered to consumers have not increased. What does it tell you when a market can increase its profit margins dramatically without delivering services? What it tells us is this is not a free market. What it tells us is that the prices that we pay do not represent the services that we get. It shows us that this is an insular kleptocracy that is about to be majorly disrupted by the free market that they in themselves pretend to worship. But in fact, as we saw demonstrated in these hearings, they're absolutely terrified of the free market when they face what it really means.
Yeah, I agree. Say something, Tom.
I don't know. I'm speechless. I don't know where to direct this. But going back to the hearings, one of the things they said is that Bitcoin went up 9,000% in the last year, and that this proves that it's a bubble and it must go down. They didn't seem to have any notice that Facebook or Twitter, since their original creation, have obviously generated similar effects. I mean, both in users and
also we've never seen this asset class before. So what they're doing, right? The price is a reduction. Right, you're looking at a chart, and what you're looking at is a two-dimensional thing, and you're saying, oh look, when I see this pattern and it does this thing up and to the right, well, it must always be a bubble. But the truth is you don't know. And the thing about bubbles as well is that people only draw those graphs afterwards. It's always hindsight bias, that comes in. Nobody during the tulip mania knew that it was a mania. And maybe some of the people manipulating it did, but for the most part, that was looking back at it, saying, "Oh well, now I can kind of see it." But this doesn't have to be a bubble, right? We're still in control of this thing. It's only a bubble if you're buying. Why are you buying yours? I'm not buying mine because I want to sell them to somebody else for more. I want to buy them so I can spend them.
Well, let's look at some of the fundamentals. I think that we can look at some of the facts behind this. Here are the facts. Tulip mania created a bubble. You saw that in retrospect. But here's one characteristic of bubbles that lack fundamentals. When they pop all the way. Complete crash to nothing instantly. Tulips went from tens of thousands of dollars to dollars in equivalent prices today. And they never recovered, right? Why? Because the fundamentals were not there to allow it to recover and bounce. Bitcoin has crashed 4 times. Every time it has crashed, it's crashed down to a minimum floor that was twice the previous high. twice the previous high, showing that underneath it, as it grew, it built a base of support that it could not penetrate downwards. And after that crash, it bounced back and then exceeded its previous highs, setting new records. This has happened 4 times in exactly the same way. Bitcoin, if it is a bubble, would have crashed the first time and never recovered. What we've seen is that there are at least some fundamentals. Now, let's be honest about this. Are the people buying Bitcoin at $800 buying it because they see the tremendous opportunity of a Turing incomplete transaction scripting language that allows smart contracts to be devised by lawyers who have compilers for creating smart property? Of course not. They're greedy and they want to make more money off Bitcoin. So here's the thing. You can have bubble sentiment without bubble fundamentals. You can have speculative bubbles which actually have real fundamentals behind them. And you can have bubbles that have no fundamentals behind them. And the litmus test is, when the weak hands exit the market, does the market collapse, or is there a base fundamental price that the price cannot drop below, because those who do understand the potential, those who are investing in these companies, and the existing investment in the currency doesn't allow it to drop below a certain point. I am under no illusion that the people who are buying Bitcoin are buying it because they understand the fundamentals. And so the rise from 100 to 1,000 was probably 80% sentiment. But what it did was establish the base around the 400 mark that could not be exceeded downwards. And the next rise will establish a higher base. So where is the real value of Bitcoin? I would say it's somewhere between probably $400 and $800 at the moment, but based on changes in media and adoption, it could rapidly rise because it's a deflationary currency, and as it expands to adopt more users, its value goes up. It's a network effect, and it will increase rapidly. But that doesn't mean it doesn't behave like a bubble. It is behaving like a bubble because the people who are buying into it because of bubble sentiment. And that doesn't mean that there is no fundamentals behind it. There are fundamentals behind it, because that's why it doesn't crash all the way down every time, and it seems to have an ever higher solid base beneath it. So I think that's the kind of analysis we need to be having about Bitcoin. Some of the pronouncements, I mean, when I heard these economists on the New York DFS panel talk about it being a bubble, talk about it having no fundamentals, ignoring the basic utility of this new currency. Forget understanding a distributed asset ledger. Just understand that a payment system that's more efficient, faster, and more secure than PayPal has to have a valuation at least that of PayPal. I mean, even at that basis, this has fundamental value out of sheer utility. Forget all of the other stuff we're speculating about that we think it can deliver. Just a basic, better payment system. It's a better widget. And that better widget has fundamental value because it replaces a widget that's already worth $20 billion. So when an economist comes out and says there's no value behind it, I can't understand. Do they not understand economics, or are they lying? I mean, those are the only two options.
It even seemed like they were arguing against themselves at one point when they were talking about PayPal and the revolutionary promise of PayPal when it came out, but how that promise failed with sending dollars around because PayPal took fees that were too large from the dollars. When we have an obvious example that works in the real world where you can send far less than dollars, like halves of a penny, even for smaller amounts, with Bitcoin for no fees, and then eventually they pile up into more than $1. I mean, you can do that now. That was against their argument, and they managed to slip that in.
Yeah, they didn't. Healthy markets have to grow from failure, right? That's one of the functions of markets. But there's also a time function too. There is a lot of speculative sentiment. But you're familiar with the Keynesian beauty contest? This theory of speculation where people buy. The difference between a retail buyer and a speculator is a speculator buys what he thinks other people will buy, whereas a retail buys for direct utility or benefit. And so what I found, particularly on that BTC troll box that you guys might be familiar with, is that the people, they are speculating, but they're also going long on a lot of this stuff. Like they're buying these coins, and when it's crashing, a lot of people don't sell. In fact, you're a noob. You are made an outcast if you are selling into the crash, because everyone knows you buy when it crashes, right? And so you've kind of got this social conditioning that's taking place that I think is actually contributing in a very real way, because I don't know, these Russian guys that have created BTC have accidentally stumbled upon this social object. They've created this chat room and they've synthesized these different markets. So they've got the Chinese market and they've got the American and the European market in the English-speaking chat box, and they all cross-pollinate. And they're all talking to each other. They're all PMing each other as well on back channels. And it sort of strikes me that it's almost like they're getting together, they're getting organized, and they're kind of saying, yeah, okay, I'm going to hold. Yeah, I'm going to hold. Yeah, I'm going to hold. And then you end up being steered. You end up, you're influenced. You're vulnerable when you're in there, because you're approaching a decision. You're approaching an important decision, and it's natural for you to look for some kind of opinion. And I am worried that they're being steered far too much by opinion, not by knowledge. But it is a place where I feel like they can get outside of the legacy banking system. It's almost like we're creating a new world. That these guys are like the Homerics or something. These guys are like, telling these stories, and there's some real pearls of wisdom in there as well. Some very, very smart guys from banking. There are some Swiss bankers in there that have PM'd me, trying to get insider information. I tell them to go to the forum and get it where everyone else gets it from.
Sure.
And so there are some smart people in a way, and maybe I'm just totally off the charts here, but in a way, I'd almost say this is the banking system doing it to itself. That there are a lot of guys in there that are institutional bankers that are actually moonlighting. And I know this is true for one or two of them, because I talked to them. I mean, Fontes, for a start, that guy is an institutional investor. He's got his laptop on a Tor node under his desk, and he's trading Bitcoin, let's face it. And so it's a sense in which, the system is bringing itself down. It's almost suicidal. It's like, what did Max Kaiser call it? Extinction economics.
Right. I mean, that's how disruption works. It's really interesting, which is that at the moment, all of the bankers are kind of rushing along in a herd of anti-Bitcoin hysteria. So they're oscillating between ignore this silly thing and laugh at it, and be somewhat worried and try to fight it. But as they're running along in the herd, everyone's looking at what the others are doing, and they're waiting for someone to peel off. And we've seen this in disruptive economies before. Eventually, one of the bankers says, look, there are two paths this is going to go. We try to delay and stop this from happening, and it's going to hurt us in 15 years, and maybe we slow it down a bit. And the other path is we try to co-opt it, and it's still going to hurt us. But maybe some of us can take advantage and generate a completely new business model. So do we want to go down with the herd that seems to be heading straight towards a cliff, or do we want to peel off and take our chances alone? And this is a calculation that's happening every time in every banker's head. And guess what? Sooner or later, some of these banks are going to peel off. And when they do, wait for the stampede, because they're going to try to outrun each other to co-opt and adapt Bitcoin. And adopt Bitcoin, not adapt it, because they can't adapt it. They're going to accept the inevitable. And we've seen this before. I remember a time when Apple iTunes was having trouble signing up any of the major labels because they didn't want to give in to the MP3 revolution. And then one cut off from the herd, and the stampede started. And before you know it, suddenly the entire industry is flipped on its head, and now Apple turns out to be the gatekeeper for entertainment and music for the next decade. And some of the early adherents to that had a lot to gain, and some of the others ended up being Tower Records and went out of business. So I think we're going to see bankers are not stupid. That's a key thing to always remember here. Bankers are not stupid, and they're not scared by technology. They use technology to their own advantage. If the game can be rigged, and they can sit back and avoid innovation and use regulation to protect their interests and make high margins with low risk, they'll do that. But as soon as the game starts getting unstable and they have to look for opportunities elsewhere, they will adopt technology. They'll adopt it really, really fast, and they'll make the best of it because they're smart, they're nimble, and they've got the capital. Now, I don't expect the Big Six to do that. I expect it to be some little bank somewhere in an offshore location first, But because of the international and global financial system, it doesn't matter where they are. Even a small bank in Cyprus, properly regulated under international banking rules, breaking away from the herd and opening an index fund or an exchange, fully compliant with banking rules and regulations, but completely thumbing its nose at the other scared bankers, would disrupt and immediately cause some major changes in attitude across the banking system. I'd like to hear your thoughts, however, on another thing, which struck me at the NYDFS. What I heard a lot, repeated, is this idea that the financial world can be de-risked with regulation. And this is a very, very dangerous idea. We've been on this tear in the last 10 years to de-risk financial services, to protect companies from failure, to protect financial markets from failure by interfering and essentially constraining the movement of the markets. So volatility is seen as a bad thing that needs to be de-risked. New entrants in competition, bad thing, needs to be de-risked. Essentially, not only do we believe in this myth of de-risking, but it has become the one overriding goal. De-risking above growth, de-risking above innovation, de-risking above everything else. And we've reached a point where the Fed is using $70 billion a month to de-risk a largely insolvent banking system. And this only ends badly. The idea that you can do capitalism without risk is ridiculous on its face. And the fact that so many intelligent people who have been working in the capitalist system for decades have now bought into this idea that you can de-risk an entire economy, that we have put the troubles of 2008 behind us by manipulating the economy into a lower risk environment. No, we haven't. All we've done is squeezed out risk and inflated it to the point where it's being pushed elsewhere. And when it blows up, it's going to take a lot of big players with it. I think that's what you heard at the New York DFS hearings. The idea that Bitcoin was risky was shown as a complete failure, and the idea that you could de-risk Bitcoin by wrapping it in regulations. The volatility was something that could be drawn down through restricting the freedom of the market rather than enhancing it. That's a really insidious idea. It's an idea that's relatively new in American capitalism, and I think it's going to carry a very heavy price. What do you guys think of this idea of institutional de-risking to the point where capitalism is a risk-free enterprise?
Personally, sorry, do you want to say something, Tom?
I'll go. I'll let you think some more. For me, when I think about it, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think in a way it goes back to 9/11, that we're in this unknown environment where people just want to be safe. So there was this idea that we could prevent terrorism and that we could prevent bad things. And I think that kind of paternalistic prevention of bad idea spread over into the capital markets. And then the 2008 thing happened. No one went to jail. There were no real repercussions for that attack or for any of the other scandals, LIBOR, HSBC, etc. There's been no reaction to that in the traditional arrest people, fix the system problem. So it's more about just making people feel safe and that people just want to be comfortable. And
so the illusion of security, right? Yes. I think you're absolutely right. The fact that this actually comes from a heavy dose of post-traumatic stress disorder experienced as an entire culture after September 11th, and this knee-jerk reaction to create perfect security. Even though we have thousands of years of history telling us that not only is that not possible, but that the attempt to make it possible very quickly degenerates into both totalitarianism and control, as well as, in fact, accelerating risks and insecurity for society as a whole. We've actually squeezed this risk out using security theater in some places, and all we've done is accelerated that risk in so many other places. And I think you're right. It comes from that PTSD moment, and it has infected financial markets around this world. We can no longer accept any risk. We have to have zero risk. And since zero risk is impossible, we delude ourselves into thinking that these controls are going to do something. Whereas, in fact, what they're doing is, by constraining the ability of risk to express itself in small ways, they accumulate risk in such a way that when it does blow up, it explodes on us. It's almost like 70s forestry, right? Don't let fires take control of a forest. Tamp them down, and then realize that nature needs fire in a forest, and when you let the growth in the underlayer of the forest grow out of control because you prevented all fires, when you do get a fire, it incinerates everything down to the ground, turns the ground into glass, and that forest is burned down forever, and it cannot recover. You know, that's what we're doing in our financial system right now. We're putting out all of the little fires, and what that's doing is it's preparing us for a giant conflagration. We're doing that to national security. We're trying to be everywhere and having a war on 150 fronts with 702 bases and droning the shit out of everyone. And all that does is creates massive, massive resentment and oppression around the world, which is going to backfire on us in the biggest blowback we've ever seen. You know, this is the lesson of de-risking. Tom, you nailed it. It's very clearly connected to that.
Well, I also think we've developed a sort of historical amnesia where we've forgotten that tamping down this risk could lead to Stalinism, could lead to Nazism. I mean, we have, like, there are clear examples where, you know, too much control leads to totalitarianism, and then you can't go back. You're in this whole new paradigm of problems. And we've forgotten that. We want to be safe, and we're willing to seemingly give up everything. If you look at the NSA story, if you look at the FBI follow-up to the NSA story, that they're now using the same tactics, that we now have to listen to everything first policy, collect everything first policy, which is, again, it's Soviet Union, it's Nazism. I mean, we're having the same historical echoes, but everyone's seemingly forgotten the past.
Right, but we have the big picture now. Like, we can see further back into time. We have the internet. We can distribute that information. We can listen to the smart voices, and I think we can use our intuition and sort of gravitate to the ones that are going to help us survive. Look, I think about this idea all the time that we're fundamentally at war with nature, right? And yet we are nature, right? Because we come from nature. And one of the most predictable laws of thermodynamics is the second law. It's the entropy is increasing in the universe. It's one of the ones that we're the most certain of. And yet we forget that we are ourselves agents of that entropy. We come from that which is entropic. And risk by its very nature is distributed. And so by centralizing your resources, putting it in one place, you're gonna make a big mistake. You're gonna have a surprise. There's a great book, Nassim Taleb, Fault by Randomness.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic book. I mean, all the other stuff, he's a great writer, but a lot of what he wrote after that could be condensed into 2 paragraphs, and I think somewhat self-indulgently. But it's a very, very good book. A lot of people do not understand what risk is. They confuse volatility with risk all of the time. And as Nietzsche said, just learn to love the uncertainty. You know, the future isn't uncertain. It is necessary. Amor fati. It is something that is going to happen whether you like it or not. And you can either choose to respond, you can either pick up your past, bring it to a future and weave out that present moment of yours, or you can just say, no, I don't want to do it. But either way, you're still responding. Because even if you don't respond, that's still a response. And that's what I feel like we're doing at the moment with these banks. They're kicking the can down the street. They're just putting it off as if it's never going to happen. And it almost feels like, you know, everyone else just needs to wake up. When they say, like, you know, people move around in herds and they only wake up one by one. And I sort of feel like that's what's happening now with Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin isn't volatile, by the way. We are. What Bitcoin does is it reflects back at us our volatility because it's rock solid. It's not going anywhere. The word maths comes from mathematikos. It means to be studious. It actually doesn't mean like, here are the answers, everything's already worked out. It means to pay close attention to something. Right, and Galileo had this wonderful thought before he died. He thought that maths was a language for which we had not yet a dictionary. Right, you don't actually have to do every single sum to know that there is an answer. Right, it's kind of deterministic in that way. I can write some Python code. I don't need to know the answer in each argument that I put in. I just know there is an answer, and the computer's going to come up with it. That's called technological determinism. Right. And I don't know where I'm going with this, by the way. I'm just kind of ranting away.
It's brilliant. Keep going.
So this sort of idea that we confuse comfort with safety, and that we just want to feel comfortable, and we just want to luxuriate, and we just want our consumerism, and that's not being safe. In fact, you're more at risk when you're living like that, because we've seen in empires before that have declined, there was this kind of hubris towards the end, and everyone thought, yeah, well, this is normal. This is the new normal, and everything's just going to be fine, and this is how things are always going to be. No. I think you'll find, if you check the canon, that's usually the way things end. And the only real way to survive is to keep learning, is to never think that you're right. and to always be looking to question your own knowledge as well, to be willing to give up what you think you know is true, to actually be humility. The story of Icarus as well, it wasn't just about getting too close to the sun. You also weren't supposed to go, he wasn't supposed to go too low because of the salt, I believe, in the water, if I remember from many years ago. And so it's about getting that kind of happy medium. It's about getting that right balance. And I feel like at the moment, people have been, the general public have been shocked into this kind of apathy, this kind of apathetic state where they're just kind of sleepwalking through life, and they get a job because that's what you're meant to do, and they just about scrape a living. But they're surviving, but they're not thriving. They're not, this isn't like, they're not able to respond to themselves. I mean, jihad, in Al-Qaeda, I've sort of been reading a lot of this stuff, the underlying philosophy of it, and they talk about that modern day society doesn't give us time to really learn about ourselves. It doesn't give us that space. That you're brought up from an early age. You're put through this sausage machine, this factory that puts you into a job, and then you're just expected to produce an output straight away. Or maybe this is my thought. I don't know. But the point is that we aren't given the space that we need to really discover who we are. We're just expected to produce straight away. And what we're producing is what somebody else thinks is right, not what we think is right. And the fact is, you can't control other people. I mean, you can try. Hegel has this wonderful piece in the Phenomenology of Spirit where he says, you can't, well, he doesn't say this, but like, you can't put a gun to someone's head and say, laugh. Like, you just can't. Because fundamentally, it's an illusion. It's an illusion of control. But also, I sometimes I wonder myself, like when I talk to people, the sort of lay people that aren't quite sort of tuned into this, of whether or not this is kind of like a self-punishment for them, that they sort of feel like, I'm so weak, and they tell themselves this story about, how, I don't really have any control in my life. And I think it's a very convenient story if what you're trying to achieve is the devolvement of responsibility and control and autonomy and self-mastery over your life. I just don't think it's true. And so you end up with this like codependent relationship, where one partner is like an alcoholic, and the other partner's trying to look after them and nurture them. But it's not sustainable, and I don't think it's going to get us to the kind of future that we want. I think we're going to look back at this period of history and we're going to be embarrassed at ourselves. I hope that we survive to look back at this period of history and feel embarrassed at ourselves, because we are just a poor excuse for a species right now. We're not living up to it. We're not stewards of the land in the way that we should be. We're trying to hold nature down. Look at the way we concrete. In England we've had some floods over Christmas, and everyone talks about how the weather, all these historical weather patterns. Have you noticed those recently? They keep coming up, and nobody thinks, what about the concrete? Well, why do you think the water goes up? It's because it hasn't got anywhere to go. You paved over everything. And it's just a lack of kind of vision and foresight. And so I think this boils down to nature. I think it boils down to the Enlightenment period, the state of nature. Hobbes, we need to go back to that. In fact, actually, I believe we should go all the way back to the ancient Greeks and just reread that whole chapter in history again, because Cleisthenes invented democracy in response to the mob. And it was an innovation out of necessity. And I think if we can go back and look at our history books, and even further back than that, like the Sumerian liturgies, where they keep interchanging the word king with usurper, and you've got all this kind of volatility, and someone new takes over, and what king is legitimate, really? Well, no king is legitimate. Legitimacy has to be earned over time. So anyway, I've been talking for too long, and I'm getting self-conscious.
That was absolutely brilliant. I loved every minute of that. What a great exposition of risk and change and entropy through history. I think you're absolutely right. This desperate attempt to control our environment, to completely remove risk, is both futile, it's simplistic, it's childish, and when you try to impose it on other people, it's paternalistic and totalitarian, and will lead only to bad outcomes. And what we've seen is this has become a cultural phenomenon in Western countries, where we have this illusion that through technology we can control our environment. And the more centralized the control and the more structured the control, the more effective it will be. And the end result is that we're concentrating all of these risk areas and not allowing risk to express itself. And in the end, it will end in a giant conflagration of risk, because we're essentially pushing it under the carpet and it's not going anywhere. Risk is still there. It's part of the nature of societies. It's part of the nature of reality itself. And you can't just pretend that risk will go away. What we saw today at the DFS hearings was not just hubris in the idea that they could regulate business, but hubris born out of the idea that they have successfully de-risked the financial sector and need to expand that de-risking to Bitcoin, and that they have successfully achieved that through centralized control. And that hubris is so badly informed, but more importantly, it's dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. It's not only dangerous to the people who hold these ideas, it's dangerous to the rest of us because it destabilizes systems. It makes them overly reliant on central points of failure. It makes them overly fragile. And it exposes them to the kind of crisis that when a black swan hits that kind of environment, it has no resilience, and that risk then explodes in a dramatic and cascading fashion that infects everything. We saw this with the Lehman Brothers collapse. What that was a system overstressed and centralized risk with the attempt to bundle things that were too risky together and pretend that the risk went away until one black swan creates a domino effect that no one expected and takes the whole system down. And now what we've done is we've taken that model and we've expanded it to include our entire economy, our entire security system, our foreign policy, our national security, and infect it all with the hubris of empire and the idea that we can control risk. As Buddhists say, the only thing permanent is change itself.
Yes.
And there are three things that cannot remain hidden for long: the sun, the moon, and the truth. And you're about to get a dose of truth coming right at you from a decentralized consensus asset ledger called Bitcoin. And it's happened. It happened in 2008. It didn't happen because someone wrote code. It happened because someone had an idea based in mathematics that was an invention. And that invention cannot be uninvented. That invention can be replicated 1,000,000 times in 1,000,000 variations, and it will stand and it will compete independently in a free market of currencies against all others. And if you try to turn that market into an unfree market of currencies, people will abandon that market faster than they are today. And the more you can do it here, the less you can do it in all of the other countries in the world. The idea that not only is the U.S. able to do this by regulation in New York State, but that they will be able to reformat and remold Bitcoin in an image that's more suitable to centralized de-risking is such extreme hubris, because it pretends as if the rest of the world doesn't exist, as if all decisions are made in a little back smoke-filled room in New York. And you know, the decisions may be made there, but reality will soon intrude on that delusion.
You know, the only thing that gets in the way of truth is time, right? Like the thing is that people can kind of kid themselves for a while, and they can get by, and you can just keep shouting. In a way, it's like a 51% attack, right? Because they're trying to brute force the truth into the consensus, into the kind of the public consciousness. I just don't. I'm an optimist. I mean, I think that the people will wake up to this. I think that there are fundamentally two different ways you can go about it. You can either whack them over the head with a sledgehammer, which is kind of what the Uber bomber, said in when he sort of tried to explain away his actions and his behavior. Or another way, and this is my preference, is to kind of get inside of the dream itself. You know, when you wake up first thing in the morning and there's a song on the radio and you end up having a dream where the song's inside of your dream. That's kind of how I feel. That's sort of at the moment, that's my approach, and I'm still experimenting with ways of teaching people about Bitcoin, because one of the features, and in fact this came up at the conference, is that on the forum, was that you buy a stock and then you end up becoming a shill for that stock because you want the price to go up, and so you've got all this kind of questions over the intentions. In fact, I think Bitcoin Joker said it to you the other day, Andreas, on Twitter. He said, the only reason you're talking about it is because you bought them, and you actually said, no, I like Bitcoin before I bought them. And so when I'm thinking about, like, okay, so what's the solution? What's the action that we can take to help get this out? I'm experimenting with different ways of imparting this knowledge, and like I said earlier, I think it's about inspiration rather than education. You've got to help people to understand. You need to get them from a position where they're saying, how does it work, to a position where they're saying, now what can I do with this? Like, how can I help, not just help myself, but how can this make me useful to other people as well? Because I think there's a very real sense in which we need to be needed. And I think that if you give people this kind of vision, yeah, I think it's a vision, then I think the rest writes itself. I think they do it themselves, and then I think you can treat the bankers like they're irrelevant, because they're not going to be over, particularly with younger people. Youth are a very, very powerful resource. And I often think about the origins of tyranny. Tyranny, I think, starts in parenthood. I think it begins when the intentions of the adult and maybe a nostalgia for a future that they had before the birth of the child conflicts with what it is the child wants. And then they've got to make a choice about putting their child first. But remember, the human species wouldn't even exist if mothers and parents generally didn't put the needs of their children first. So a lot of this, I think, is an intergenerational chasm that we need to get over. A lot of this is to do with the old trying to push the young down and saying, look, I don't want these scary ideas, rather than actually saying, well, maybe the ideas that are coming out of young people at the moment, particularly with these distributed networks and all this new technology, maybe that's necessary. Maybe that basic intuition that they're having is something that I should synthesize and incorporate into my being, rather than just react to it in a kind of knee-jerk fashion. So when I'm teaching it, I'm making sure that I'm teaching it in a way that is accessible to everybody, that it doesn't sort of alienate people, it doesn't scare people, in a way that young and old can enjoy it together. And actually, we can learn something from the banks, because they are, I used to work in the advertising industry, don't throw anything at me for my sins. And one of the things is that you find in that industry, you've got some incredibly smart artists and incredibly smart people that make their way into that industry, that just do it because it's easy. And if you analyze the adverts that the banks are putting out at the moment, they are saying all the right things. Like, they are really hitting it, especially the ones that Lloyd's are doing at the moment in the UK, where they're talking about they've got these lovely fairy tale pictures about how 2014 is the year of action, and we're going to help you achieve your dreams, and you're going to get your first home, right? And they're selling you this lifestyle, they're playing on your emotions. I mean, of course, if you know anything about pump and dumps, you know what this phase of the cycle is. This is where they start putting their sell orders on the property market so that you buy into their strength, right? But I almost feel like we can learn something from them, because they are excellent communicators. What these are marketing companies with dirty bits of old technology stuck underneath. Mm-hmm. That's essentially what they are. And they put in the minimum amount of effort for the maximum reward. And that's something that the blockchain disincentivizes. In fact, if anything, it's the most efficient. It's the most efficient at getting rid of the free riders, because you necessarily have to work in order to keep things going.
Right. I mean, this is the idea that banks cannot use this currency. I mean, it's ridiculous that banks are useless. Listen, banks are really good at physical security. They're really good at marketing. They're really good at branding. They're really good at customer service and customer relations, which a lot of Bitcoin companies, frankly, suck at. Banks are good at a lot of things. The problem is they're not doing these things as their primary economic activity, because it's unprofitable to maintain checking and savings accounts when you can make so much more money through derivatives and financialization, trading assets among yourself and the Fed. And essentially just swirling money around in a big cyclone without any basis underneath it. But that doesn't have to remain the case. There are plenty of great banks, mostly smaller credit unions and local banks. There are many banks that still do solid customer service, that still provide services around security and trust, that still protect people and protect their money. And these companies, if they're able to use a low-cost solution like a cryptographic currency like Bitcoin, will be able to then layer on top their branding, their marketing, their security services, their customer service, and deliver a far superior product. And that's exactly what I mean when I say and they're going to start using Bitcoin as a foundation to re-envision banking and to deliver it in a much more efficient way. And they are going to be the ones who disrupt banking the most, is bankers themselves who adopt cryptocurrencies. The bankers need not look at us internet nerds and our currency as the biggest threat. They need to look at their colleagues and figure out who's going to jump ship first and stab them in the back, because that's coming. I love the perspective that you offer here, of understanding the generational gap. Because what this has done is it's empowered a new generation to make choices. And now the choice is not simply to listen to different information, but it is a choice to be able to participate in a completely separate economy, an economy that is not rigged, an economy that has jobs and innovation, for a generation who saw their future stolen, who saw their jobs destroyed, and then on top of that got mocked as slackers. Because they weren't able to get jobs in a market that's rigged. And that generation is coming back with a vengeance, and one of the mechanisms by which they're coming back is Bitcoin, because little things like that give them hope, give them opportunity, and they will jump on this bandwagon faster than you expect. So it will become a generational thing. But the difference is that the power is not all in the hands of the established incumbents anymore. Power is more broadly distributed and decentralized than ever before in history. So like you, Chris, I am an optimist, and I see the younger generation simply rejecting this fear-mongering, these stilted approaches to markets, and this stagnant, rigged economy that generates war and exploitation on a global scale, and then destroys nature and chews up the carcass in order to extract resources. They're going to try to find new ways to re-envision a new economy that is sustainable, that is equitable, that is global in nature, and that is not affected by local political considerations that leave 6 billion people out in the cold, struggling, while the billion in the elite can freely roam the world financially and are untouchable by government. That is not a healthy society, and it will come to an end. Not because Bitcoin brings it to an end, but because it collapses from the inside out. And when it does collapse, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies will offer alternative solutions for people to reboot their lives. I think for many people who have already been thrown out of the existing economic system, they will be able to reboot their lives. I'd like to just comment on one thing you mentioned before, which is this idea that everybody who's in Bitcoin is a speculator with an embedded interest in Bitcoin, and they say these things only to profit. And in my particular case, I know that's not the case, and I know this because I spent 2 years working in Bitcoin with no income at all. I, in fact, spent all of my assets trying to make Bitcoin better understood, to develop services and products for people, and to evangelize Bitcoin because I truly believed in it. I'm not an investor. I'm not a speculator. I'm a pretty dumb investor, and I'm not very good with my money, and that's why I'm not rich right now with Bitcoin. Instead, what I am is excited. I'm a passionate geek, and I love the elegance of the technology. And when I read the Satoshi paper, I fell in love with the elegance and simplicity of a solution that delivers predictable, equitable financial services for everyone who participates in a way they can understand. That's what I fell in love with, and the passion I exhibit has nothing to do with me profiting from it, because I haven't profited from it. I am in a hole so deep right now that all I have is my expertise and my reputation, and I go month to month trying to figure out how I'm going to pay rent next month. And I know when I look around me in the Bitcoin community, what I see is other people who are passionate, who are willing to do this not for the money, but because they truly believe that this is a better way to solve people's problems. It's a better way to associate and transact with others. It's a better way to build markets. And none of these people are rich. And none of these people have made millions off Bitcoin. That's a rare exception. Most of these people are not in it for the money. Most of these people cannot be in it for the money because they're broke. They're in it because they understand that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies represent a fundamental shift in the relationship between people and the state, the relationship between people and their money, and the ability of people to organize on a massive scale and achieve consensus. That's what draws us to this. And if I was a craven speculator, I'd be a hell of a lot richer than I am right now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. No, I'm actually the same. I'm an idiot investor. I put way too much of my money into crypto. I'm actually 90% into crypto. I'm eating like 2 meals a day at the moment because I'm terrified of the tax implications. So I'm very nearly. I need to do something about it quite soon. Actually, yeah, I totally agree. I don't think I've ever met anyone that I agree with as much as Andreas. But yeah, this is brilliant. This is a brilliant discussion.
Yeah, Tom, you have to have Chris on in future episodes, man. This has been a fantastic discussion.
We just got to work out the time difference between here and the UK.
Oh, I don't care, dude. After
well, who sleeps? We don't sleep.
Yeah, exactly. After your last show that I did, Tom, is I'm now on EST time zone by default. I get up at like midday. It actually works out quite well because you're also awake for the Chinese market as well. Yeah. And actually, you get to miss a lot of Britain, which is never a bad thing. So you get to miss the whole morning of Britain.
Well, by the way, Cory Doctorow called this when he wrote his book Eastern Standard Tribe. I think that was Cory Doctorow.
I've read that.
But he talked about global communities organizing around time zones of opportunity and convenience rather than their local geographic time. And so Eastern Standard Tribe was the tribe that organized around the Eastern Standard Time. And Chris, welcome to Eastern Standard Tribe.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. Lovely. Done with the place.
Now, the nice thing about being in California and being an Eastern Standard Tribe is that I can wake up at 10:30 in the morning and catch the late afternoon. Fortunately, a lot of us geeks work in the evening, so that works for me. Unfortunately, I missed some of the early hearings in New York, so that's a problem.
Yeah,
I need to move to England to appreciate Eastern Standard Tribe a bit more.
Yeah, we definitely centralized the time zone, didn't we, over here? We got the GMT bagged pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
We have some ridiculous time zones.
Well, GMT stands for Greenwich, right?
Greenwich, yeah.
No, I'm mispronouncing it on purpose because that's kind of that's the classic American pronunciation is Greenwich. And if you go to Greenwich, one of the nice things you can do is put Worcestershire sauce on your potato fries.
These are, in fact, these words you mention are like Southwark, which is spelt Southwark, are in fact shibboleths. They're there to test whether you are in the in crowd. We deliberately spell things wrong to test whether you're one of those illiterate people that only ever what was it? It was
It's a litmus test.
Yeah, it's to test whether or not you're part of a crowd or a community. Because you might have read the word, but you didn't necessarily hang out with the right people. So that was what it was there.
It's like the secret knock on a speakeasy. You need to be in with the crowd. So you won't hear it from my accent, but I actually was born in London and I grew up in Athens, but then lived in London for 10 years where I earned my degree. Unfortunately, once I moved to Brooklyn, Brooklyn took my British accent out back in the alley, stabbed it a few times, and left it to die. So what I got now is a hodgepodge. As someone recently said on Reddit, I sound like Gru from Despicable Me, and I actually like Gru, so I'll go with that one. The other one that's nice in England is not just the pronunciation of words in terms of their spelling, but also the regional accents, right? So, you don't say I'm going to Liverpool. You say I'm going to Liverpool. All of the regional accents are also an important way of discerning exactly which socioeconomic class and geography someone comes from. But anyway.
That's really good. I think, Andreas, there's a paper that you're going to find really interesting, and I'll send it to you. There's a guy called Yuri Engerstrom. Are you familiar with this chap? He's a sociologist.
No, I want to read it.
I'm a student of sociology, and he's really sort of championed this object-centered sociality that Karen Norsetina came up with, I think, in the 90s, this idea that we're not just hampered by our family ties, the familial ties that we grow up with, but there are also these social objects that emerge in our environment that we congregate around, things like churches, sporting events, and obviously markets, and the internet itself, that we actually come together. Now, Facebook kind of discovered this, just by walking into it, as it were. They created something called the interest graph. So they've got this asymmetric tagging device called the like button. And it's asymmetric because you can't dislike anything, because what they wanted was to create this kind of pluming pattern in the data, right? They didn't, if you dislike something, they want you to say, they want you to use actual language. But if you like something, they want that to disseminate as quickly as possible. So
it's a Boolean flag instead of an unstructured text component. Yeah, that's the asymmetry.
Yeah, that's right. And so one of the things that interests me about Bitcoin the most is this this object-centered sociality approach, that this idea that you've got this object, a bit like a hearth, or something that we can kind of gather around, and then we can kind of scrutinize it. In fact, Let's Talk Bitcoin, you guys had that blog post on the big stone coins in the island of Yak, wasn't it?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, this kind of thing where we can all kind of gather around and we can all sort of bring our own perspectives onto this thing and have a dialogue about it. And that's certainly what Bitcoin has done. If nothing else, it's got us talking about some really important issues that frankly needed to be discussed. You know, that we weren't, when people never talk about their money, they never talk about how much they've got, because really I think money doesn't really say anything interesting about you. You know, how much money you've got doesn't tell me anything. You could have stolen it, you could have gotten it from all kinds of places. But now all of our bank accounts are online. And it's all in this big distributed ledger. Who doesn't want to go through working out how much so-and-so has got? I know I do. When someone sends me a payment and I know who it was, of course I go look at that wallet. You know, I want to see how much they've got. So yeah, I find it interesting from a sociological point of view. I don't think enough people are taking this approach to it, are looking at, you know, its potential impact as out on society.
Right. I mean, Bitcoin is not just a currency, it's also a cultural community. And I like the fact that we're beginning to see Bitcoin songwriters, Bitcoin artists, Bitcoin painters, Bitcoin videographers, Bitcoin comedians. You know, you have a culture building around the community, a culture that is essentially informed by a common consensus around what is money and what money should be, and self-selects into that community on a global basis. It's beautiful. And I find inspiration every time, which is why the primary way by which I communicate with the community is crashing meetups around the world, rather than conferences. Because at meetups you meet the broadest range of community. Yesterday I had a 2-hour presentation at the Silicon Valley Bitcoin meetup, which turned into a 4.5-hour rambling discussion with hundreds of people. And
a bit like this one.
I think I informed them of some things, but I learned 100 times more, both from the questions that were asked and the discussions that I had with all of these people. I get to understand their needs, their interests, the things that scare them about Bitcoin, the things they love about Bitcoin, the things they're doing with Bitcoin. And every country you go to, every meetup you go to represents a different geographic community. They all share in common a fascination with decentralized currency, but then they all bring their own unique perspective and spin on it, which is so valuable. By the way, Chris, in just over 4 hours, which currently scares me a bit because I've got a pack, but in just over 4 hours I'm getting on a plane and flying out to London.
Yes, I've already signed up to the meetup group.
Oh, sweet! So I'm going to get to see you there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to spend 3 days out of London at an offsite company meeting with a bunch of my new colleagues from blockchain, one of my new projects there. But I'm going to spend the 3rd entirely in London and have a bunch of meetings. And before the meetup, we're going to be doing some kind of dinner. So I'd love you to get in touch so you can come join me on that.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, fantastic.
Slightly smaller group, a bit more focused. Because I think the meetup already has 100 people RSVP'd and there's no more room. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. That'd be great.
It'd be great to continue this conversation in person as well as online every Friday at the MadBitcoin show. Yay, Tom!
Well, and you guys are talking about meetups and bridging the gap between Bitcoin now and Bitcoin what we want it to be, and that's pretty much why I started my show. I saw a gap between where we were, and I mean, I didn't have a lot of Bitcoins, I didn't invest early, but there's this gap, and I thought that if we talked about Bitcoin every day, and even if I just started out reading the top stories of our Bitcoin or reading Google News Bitcoin stories, just trying to get something going daily. And then now what we're trying to do with the meetups, at least we have a very small meetup in Sacramento that I actually attended yesterday for the first time, is to start to work on the frameworks of how we can deliver Bitcoin to the masses. And this isn't something that's going to be done by Bitcoin, the corporation. Bitcoin, the CEO, is not going to hire a head of marketing and roll out a plan from the top down. This is going to be bottom up, and I hope that I can work with the other meetups and learn from their successes and failures and bring it together into a more streamlined framework for spreading this thing person to person on the ground.
Yeah. Power is local. Power is local.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing about the Bitcoin community. we're not going to be directed by some unelected, unnamed official in New York that suddenly decides that this is not to their liking and they want to rehash Bitcoin and mold it to their own preferences. We're going to succeed on the ground with every single person who has Bitcoin talking to 2 or 3 of their friends, helping them set up a wallet and giving them a bit of Bitcoin. Every time I get into a taxi, I ask, have you heard of Bitcoin? And would you like some? Would you like me to pay with Bitcoin? Every store I go to, will you accept Bitcoin? Every interaction I have with someone, have you heard of Bitcoin? Would you like to learn more about Bitcoin? I'd like to tell you a bit about Bitcoin. I'm annoying everyone around me by saying the word Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin every single day. But that's what it means to build a community. It's done person to person, face to face, on the streets in everyday interactions. And that creates a really unstoppable force. If every one of us, and there's probably about 2.5 million people in the world right now who have a wallet and have some amount of Bitcoin in it, if every one of us told 2 people, we could generate an adoption rate of 8 million people, this week. And that's how you rapidly. This is a viral currency. Yeah. This is a viral system. It's a meme before it was a currency. And the line between meme and currency has now been completely blurred. So yeah, just spread the meme, and the currency will take care of itself. What we need is responsible stewardship by developers, miners, merchants, and web wallets to ensure that it doesn't get derailed. But other than that, it doesn't really need much. All it needs is to stick around long enough for us as a community to go out and spread the word and tell other people around it, and let them experience for themselves the utility, the simplicity, the elegance, the speed, the security of Bitcoin by making a simple transaction, and it will blow their mind. It always does, just like it blew my mind when I first came across it. Bitcoin is not something you explain. Bitcoin is something you demonstrate. Bitcoin is something you share. And I could spend all day trying to tell you why Skype changes relationships, or I can put you in front of a Skype session and have you talk to your mother from 8,000 miles away while she simultaneously cries and smiles, and you understand Skype right away. And I can spend all day explaining Bitcoin to you, or I can help an immigrant send money home to someone without spending a 30% surcharge, and they get Bitcoin at a very fundamental level. So don't explain Bitcoin. Help people get Bitcoin. Help people experience Bitcoin. Share the Bitcoin, not just the Bitcoin knowledge. And we will take this community very, very far.
Yeah, that's great. I agree with all of that. Another thing that I've noticed works, by the way, with merchants, I too go into every restaurant, everything, I pester them about Bitcoin. Another thing that works is starting the conversation from their needs, from the point of view of their needs. So like with bars and restaurants, one thing they absolutely hate is the chargebacks and the percentage takes. So the way I start it, actually, there's if you find like little backstreet areas that are owned by like local people that aren't these sort of big companies, one of the things that they've noticed the most is the digitization of cash, and that they're losing customers because they don't have credit card machines. And in order to get the credit card machines, they have to have a minimum volume each day. They have to, give up 2 or 3%. They don't get the money for 9 days. And if you know anything about running a small business, you know it's about cash flow. Cash is king. And so if you don't get that money, quickly enough. So what we're working on at the moment, Feathercoin is doing this kind of futures, or this sort of forwards contract. So some people locally can buy the Feathercoins off of you. If they've got access to the one of these exchanges, they've gone through all of the paperwork and all the necessary rigmarole. What they can do is they can say, well, I promise to buy them off you at the end of the day at X price, right? And then it kind of works. Then actually, well, we've now got a selling proposition to that merchant that works out of the box. It's already better than what they've got. Like, what's the downside? Like, there's no reason, there's no excuse for them not to take it if you couch it in these terms. So yeah, if you give them demonstrations of like BitPay and these other things, then that just removes the whole conversation about volatility and all these scare tactics that these fraudsters like to use.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true, and that only touches on the surface, because even beyond the chargebacks and the frozen accounts and the cash flow problems and the percentages you pay in fees, There's also the PCI compliance and the security risks of installing credit cards and the risks that exposes your customers to and the increased regulations you have to comply with. All of this complexity and cost that's introduced. Credit cards drag with them an entire antiquated edifice of structured controls that is very expensive to maintain, and all of that cost is paid by the merchant, and all of that risk is transferred to the merchant because, God forbid, the payment companies take any risk. And so as a result, merchants hate this. They absolutely hate credit cards, and they hate credit cards at every level. And the people who take the fewest credit cards or have the most informal transactions hate it the most. You know, you want to rile up a taxi driver, tell him you're going to put a credit card machine in his taxi. And take away 5% or 10% of their earnings, and not give them any cash flow to pay for the gas they have to pay every single day. The same thing applies with merchants. Same thing applies with immigrants who are trying to send money home. You know, we don't need to really promote Bitcoin as much as simply juxtapose it against the existing system. People already know how much the existing system sucks. All you need to do is show them an alternative. That's why, actually, one of the reasons I love working in developing countries rather than developed nations is because the one thing I don't need to explain is why Bitcoin. They already know why.
Yeah.
All I have to tell them is how Bitcoin, you know, why they get. They totally get it. You don't need to say, you know, your currency could start inflating 30% a year. I'll be like, mate, my currency's been inflating 30% a year for a decade now. I've got nothing to leave for my children. I can't buy anything, and my investment in my retirement fund is 4 cars that I keep parked in a lot because everything else devalues too fast. You don't need to explain economics to me. I understand monetary policy better than 98% of Americans. You know, you try to make that same argument here. You have to get into long discussions about, but the dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the American government.
And the military.
And people don't even know we're off the gold standard. I mean,
yeah, people don't know we're off the gold standard. I mean, just say that in the beginning of the conversation. People are shocked. What do you mean there's no gold behind our money? They still believe in a myth that's 60 years old, and that because people mostly don't question money. That's another thing to realize. We're not simply doing a technological change here. We're not simply introducing disruption into an industry. Money is not an industry. Money is not even a basic technology. Money is one of the most ancient technologies in our culture. It is as old as the wheel and fire. Money has existed before the Iron Age. Money has existed in the form of shells, beads, and stones going back to you know, Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon probably, but certainly to the most early hominids and Homo sapiens. Money is hundreds of thousands of years old, not just thousands. It is embedded so deeply in our culture that we don't even for a moment stop to think, what is money? How does it inform a conversation of a transaction between people? How is money a language? How does it acquire value? Who creates it? What is it made of? What does it mean? All of these questions we never asked ourselves. Why? Because from age 3, you start learning about money as an embedded system of your culture. You accept it as a fact of life. You accept it as an invariant that has existed for millennia, that somehow describes the value of your parents vis-a-vis the society in which they live. And through that lens, you start seeing money as something that exists beyond society, above society, and you know, in some magical place. And most people simply don't investigate it beyond there. And I can confess, as many other Bitcoiners, I didn't investigate money as seriously as I investigated once I started learning about Bitcoin. Because the simple juxtaposition of a different form of money basically starts confusing and creating cognitive dissonance, because a lot of the most cherished assumptions we have as a culture about money, ones that are not based in fact, but are based simply in habit, ones that represent a normative version of money, not an absolute function of money. These things get challenged immediately, and we have to face the fact that the myth of money as we speak it from generation to generation is a vast simplification of a transactional language that has much deeper meaning and much deeper implications than we understand. When Bitcoin shows us a different language, it makes us re-examine our own language, just like bilingual people are better able to understand their own grammar when they can compare it to another grammar. Bitcoin represents a new grammar of money, and as such it violates all of the myths that we have before, and it makes us question them. That's how disruptive this shit is.
People don't even know that the dollar is, inflationary. Like that this is deflationary. That this has changed. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people don't understand what inflation means and how it works. They
it's
don't
just one
understand
big
monetary
crash.
supply.
The mad money machine, guys. It's not even a bubble. It's just one big long crash.
Right. Well, this has been an informative discussion. I've really enjoyed it tremendously. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Tom, for making me part of this discussion. And I like the way that we went from disapproval and anger and a dose of bitterness and cynicism towards the New York DFS panel to examining the real implication and value of what we're doing in this space and ending it on a more positive note. And again, thank you, Chris, for bringing some of that positive energy back into the discussion. I'm much calmer and happier now than I was. And I've left the New York DFS panel as an irrelevant, obscure, impotent body that is full of bluster and loud words and hubris, but has no power and no way to change the reality as it's unfolding around us. No more power than I have to change that reality, and I have none either. We're all along for the ride. And, a bit of anger and a bit of reproach was absolutely necessary, but I'm glad we ended it on a positive note. Now on to packing my bags to head for London and come visit you guys.
Great. I look forward to it, man. Thanks very much.
No,
well,
thank you.
Just remember to close up, nothing that they said today is going to affect the developers. No one's going to stop working on Bitcoin. The Ethereum network, the idea is still building that we can build wills and trusts and contracts. Just the idea of taking if-then statements, while-do statements, and applying them to money is a simple programming idea that I think they're going to get figured out probably really quickly. And you can have a trust that's if the person is over 55 years of age, pay them $100 a month from the trust. That's a simple transaction that's not going to require a lawyer or a banker. It's going to be a computer programmer, probably just selecting from a GUI at a certain point.
It's uncontestable legal contracts. I mean, this is the core idea. The blockchain is an arbiter of truth based on cryptographic proof, not law. And that idea is immensely powerful because when you apply it to the area of contracts and law, having an independent algorithmic arbiter of truth based on cryptographic proof is a tremendous thing. It allows us to remove corruption from the system to a level never seen before. It reduces uncertainty and it reduces risk in economic transactions, but also in expressing our wills and desires on a very long-term basis. And this is not just possible with Ethereum. You can do it with basic multi-sig contracts within Bitcoin. All cryptocurrencies have within them the ability to do smart contracts. And this is the really funny thing. These guys at NYDFS were arguing against their vision of Bitcoin as invented by Satoshi in 2008, and it was a limited vision then. And since then, we've piled on 5 more years of innovation and stability and new features and new capabilities and better understanding the dynamics of a large, complex system. By the time they figure out how damaging and dangerous this is to them as it was invented in 2008, we now live in 2014, where we have Ethereum and Mastercoin, where we have 100 alternative coins, where we have multiple proof-of-work algorithms that address different issues of centralization, and where Bitcoin is now a global phenomenon that's unstoppable. So let them fight their limited vision of what Bitcoin was in 2008, while we keep going on what Bitcoin is today and what everything else that's happening in the cryptocurrency space and the incredible innovation. And we're just going to leave them behind. I mean, really relegate them to irrelevance. Dinosaurs braying at the meteor trails, hoping they can scare the meteor away. Well, this meteor isn't scared, and it's coming for you.
Very good.
Excellent note to close on. I'd just like to thank Andreas Antonopoulos and Chris J. from Feathercoin for being here today. I'd also like to thank the 264 viewers at home for sticking with us. That's definitely the most we've ever had. We peaked at 350. And if you guys haven't already, please subscribe to Mad Bitcoins at madbitcoins.com. Also, we have the Bitcoin group where we do a Friday show with Andreas, and we'll probably have to invite Chris as well. And that's at thebitcoingroup.com. So thank you very much for watching, and everyone have a Good day, good evening.
Thank you.
And while I'd prefer it if they were burned at the stake, having the government shut them down on account of consumer complaints is just as well. For now. Power to the people. And let that be a lesson to you, Bitcoin companies of the future. Honesty is the best policy. Really, it's the only policy. Bitcoin gains support of cryptographic think tank. Coin Center, the newly dubbed think tank, has a yearly budget of $1 million and plans to focus on nonprofit research and advocacy centered on public policy issues facing cryptocurrency. Sounds like the Bitcoin Foundation built themselves a think tank. Very clever. Jack Dorsey, Square Register will integrate Bitcoin. Square, the little device you attach to your phone or tablet to accept credit cards, plans to accept Bitcoin directly through their app. Bit of a change for Square, as you don't need a card reader to take Bitcoin, but the more the merrier. Seems like everyone's taking Bitcoin these days. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoin. Mad Bitcoins? Mad Bitcoins. Now this type of shit happens all the time. You gotta get yours, but fool, I gotta get mine. Everything is fine when you listen to the DOG. I got the cultivated music that be captivating he who listens to the words that I speak as I take me this drink to the middle of the street and get to macking to this bitch named Sadie. Sadie? She used to be that homeboy's lady. Oh, that bitch. 80 degrees when I tell this bitch, please raise up off these NUTs because you gets none of these at ease. As a mob with a dog pound, feel the breeze. Biatch. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, September 22nd, 2014 at 4:34 p.m. in Alsace-Lorraine, France. Mad Bitcoins will not be sold to bullies. Thanks to Colin, our latest Patreon on patreon.com/madbitcoins, where you can subscribe monthly to support the show. Also, special thanks to Bitcoin donor 0.006, 0.01, 0.0005, 0.00284624, 0.001, and 0.003. We'd also like to thank our change tippers, Sumatra, Mark, Blackcoin 3D, Philippe, Will, Jack, Nick, Dan, and Hallard. You can sponsor this show or donate at madbitcoins.com. Donations and ads make this show possible. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices seem to dip under 400 as the noobs sell all their coins and the rich traders continue to load up. A large upspike from the 370s seemed to confirm this hypothesis, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 397, a high of 405, and a low of 394. Litecoin is at $4.12 a coin, and she was laughing at it being $5.40. Yowza indeed. Greenpeace USA will now accept your Bitcoin donations. First BitGive received 503c status from the IRS and raised $11,000 to the water project to build wells in Africa. You can still donate in Bitcoins at bitgivefoundation.org. Then the United Way started accepting Bitcoin, and now Greenpeace. As the success of Sean's Outpost homeless shelter in Florida shows, Bitcoin and charity really do go together like arts and crafts, like bacon and eggs, like a bride and a groom, like I found a whole list of these on the internet. Once again, why I love you so much, internet. Like burgers and fries, like blood and bones, like cake and ice cream, like cheese and crackers. That's right, they're listed alphabetically, and I've got tons more. BTC Drac offers 10 Bitcoins in matching funds to dark wallet development. Donate now. Do you like anonymity? Do you wish that the Bitcoin core developers had spent the last year finishing Bitcoin and making it truly anonymous, not just pseudo-anonymous? Now is your chance to put your money where your mouth is. As many of you have seen over the last week, thanks to the hard work of Mr. Chris Ellis in London, the Dark Wallet team is incredibly frugal, resourceful, and broke. They're coding, living in squats, eating out of dumpsters, and writing an incredible new Bitcoin technology, all for the good of Bitcoin. And they need your help. Donate with a link in the description, and BTC Drac will match your donation up to 10 Bitcoins. Don't like the way the Bitcoin Foundation pays for coders to make Bitcoin regulation friendly and technically boring? Donate to Dark Wallet and change the future of Bitcoin. Make it anonymous. Make it truly free. Make there be dark. Dark Coin launches release candidate 5. It's a hard fork that includes a spork. A hard fork that can be activated at will. Also a clever fork spoon. Truly one of America's greatest inventions. The fork includes enforcement of masternode payments. Vast improvements to the effectiveness of anonymity provided by Christoph Atlas, host of Dark News, friend of the show. Improved speed, open sourcing of the code, and a dark send overview screen so users can see what's happening. Download the new wallet today in the link below via the darkcointalk.org forums. And remember, keep it dark. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. I was told a million times of all the people in my way, how I had to keep on trying and get better every day. But if I crossed a million rivers and I rode a million miles, then I'd still be where I started. Still be where I started. Take you all your time and money, honey, you will survive.
My fellow Bitcoiners, we observe today not a victory of Bitcoin or Litecoin, but a celebration of cryptocurrency, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and almighty Bitcoin the same solemn oath that our forebears provide nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now. For a man holds in his mortal hands the power to mine a Bitcoin and to transfer that Bitcoin wherever he likes. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the internet. The beliefs that the rights of cryptocurrency come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of Bitcoin and the miners. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike, that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Bitcoiners, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those Bitcoin rights to which we have always been committed, and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every currency know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and success of Bitcoin. This much we pledge, and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do with the blockchain. Divided, there is little we can do. For we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those light corners which we welcome to the ranks of currencies accepted on Mt. Gox,
We pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own cryptocurrency, and remember that in the past, those who foolishly sought power by riding the back of the tiger ended up inside. To those peoples and the small businesses across the globe struggling to break the bonds of credit cards, we pledge our best efforts to explain Bitcoin to them for whatever knowledge is required, not just because they will benefit, not just because we will benefit, but because it is right. If Bitcoin cannot help the many small businesses, it cannot save the larger ones. To our sister currencies south of the blockchain, we offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds in a new alliance for progress, to assist free Bitcoins and free Litecoins in casting off the chains of poverty. But this peaceful revolution of cryptocurrency cannot become the prey of hostile powers. Let all our neighbors know that we shall join with them in to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in cryptocurrency. And let every other power know that Bitcoin intends to remain the master of its own house. To that World Assembly of Sovereign States, the Bitcoin Foundation, our last best hope in an age where the instruments of war have outpaced the instruments of peace, we renew our pledge of support to prevent it from becoming merely a forum for invective, to strengthen its shield of the new and the weak, and to enlarge the area in which its writ may run. Finally, to those currencies who would make themselves our adversary, we offer not a pledge but a request that both sides begin again new the quest for peace, before the dark powers of destruction unleashed by science engulf all Bitcoin in planned or accidental self-destruction. We dare not tempt them with weakness, for only when our Bitcoins are sufficient beyond doubt can we be certain beyond doubt that they will never be destroyed. But neither can two great and powerful groups of currencies take comfort from our present course, both sides overburdened by the cost of modern finance, both rightly alarmed by the steady spread of the deadly surcharge, yet both racing to alter that uncertain balance of terror that stays the hand of Bitcoin's final war. So let us begin anew, remembering on both sides that civility is not a sign of weakness and that sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Let both sides explore what problems unite us instead of belaboring those problems which divide us. Let both sides, for the first time, formulate serious and precise proposals for the inspection and control of Bitcoin, and bring the absolute power to destroy Bitcoin under the absolute control of no one. Let both sides seek to invoke the wonders of cryptology instead of its terrors. Together, let us explore the internet, conquer the banks, eradicate credit cards, tap the ocean depths, and encourage the arts and commerce. Let both sides unite to heed in all corners of the earth the command of Isaiah, to undo the fiat currency and to let the Bitcoin go free. And if a beachhead of cooperation may push back the jungle of suspicion, let both sides join in creating a new endeavor, not a new balance of power, but a new world of law, where the strong are just and the weak secure and the peace preserved. All this will not be finished in the first 100 days, nor will be finished in the first 1,000 days, nor in the life of this administration, nor perhaps even in the lifetime on this planet. But let us begin. In your hands, my fellow Bitcoiners, more than in mine, will rest the final success or failure of Bitcoin. Since this currency was founded, each generation of Bitcoiners has been summoned to give testimony to its loyalty to cryptocurrency. the graves of young Bitcoiners who answered the call to service around the globe. Now the trumpet summons us again, but not as a call to bear arms, though arms we need, not as a call to battle, though embattled we are, but a call to bear the burden of the long twilight struggle, year in and year out, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, a struggle against the common enemies of Bitcoin, banks, credit cards, transaction fees, and fiat itself. Can we forge against these enemies a grand and global alliance, Bitcoin and Litecoin, Feathercoin and Terracoin, that can assure a more fruitful life for all cryptocurrency? Will you join us in this historic effort? In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending Bitcoin in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our currency and all who serve it, and the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Bitcoiners, ask not what Bitcoin can do for you, ask what you can do for Bitcoin. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what Bitcoin will do for you, but together what we can do for the freedom of Bitcoin. Finally, whether you are citizens of Bitcoin or citizens of the Litecoin, ask of us here the same high standards of strength and sacrifice which we ask of you. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, with history the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the currency we love, asking Bitcoin's blessing and Bitcoin's help, but knowing that here on earth, Bitcoin's work must truly be our own. For JFK, for John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity you're giving me, Mr. Losky, as the single largest Bitcoin holder, to speak. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're not here to indulge in fantasy, but in politics and economic reality. America has become a second-rate power. Its trade deficit and its physical deficit are at nightmare proportions. Now, in the days of the free market, when our country was a top industrial power, there was accountability to the Bitcoin holder. The Satoshis, the Finnies, the men who built this great industrial empire made sure of it because their Bitcoin was at stake. Today, management has no stake in the company. Altogether, these men sitting up here own less than 3% of the company. And where does Mr. Losky put his $1 million salary? Not in Bitcoin. He owns less than 1%. You own the company. That's right, you, the Bitcoin holder. And you are all being royally screwed over by these bureaucrats with their steak lunches, their hunting and fishing trips, their corporate jets and golden parachutes. This is an outrage! You're out of line, mad Bitcoins! The Bitcoin Foundation, Mr. Losky, the Bitcoin Foundation has 33 different vice presidents, each earning more than 200 Bitcoins a year. Now, I spent the last 2 months analyzing what these guys do, and I still can't figure it out. One thing I do know is that our Bitcoin company lost $110 million last year, and I'll bet half of that was spent in the paperwork going back and forth between all these vice presidents. The new law of evolution in corporate America seems to be survival of the unfittest. Well, in my book, you either do it right or you get eliminated. In the last 7 deals I've been involved with, there were more than 2.5 million Bitcoin holders who have made a pre-tax profit of 12 billion Bitcoins. Thank you. I am not a destroyer of Bitcoin. I am a liberator of them. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that Bitcoin, for the lack of a better word, is good. Bitcoin is right. Bitcoin works. Bitcoin clarifies, cuts through, and captures the sense of the evolutionary spirit. Bitcoin in all of its forms, Bitcoin for life, for money, for love, knowledge, has marked the upward surge of mankind. And Bitcoin, you mark my words, will not only save Bitcoin, but that other malfunctioning corporation called the USA. Thank you very much for your time. Yar!
Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Saturday, September 13th, 2014 at 5:21 p.m. in Cincinnati, Ohio. MadBitcoins is great. Special thanks today to Bitcoin donors 0.001 and 0.000256. Today's episode is sponsored by mtdiv.com. Divvy up a bill between a group. People don't always have the right amount of cash on them to split a tab, but with mtdiv and Bitcoin, it's easy. Start with the bill collector's Bitcoin address and generate QR codes automatically at mtdiv.com. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices showed some signs of recovery, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 477, a high of 479 with a low of 470. Litecoin is at 540 a coin. Tim Draper. So now we're going to talk about Tim Draper. He, like other prominent Bitcoiner Brock Pierce, believes that Bitcoin is headed to $10,000 a coin. Remember that Draper is heavily invested in this sphere right now, and his son has invested in probably about 13 Bitcoin startups as well through Boost VC. Draper himself actually won or bought the government's famed Silk Road auction, and he purchased 30,000 Bitcoins in total. So he has a lot to lose if Bitcoin keeps going down, and if it keeps going down a lot. Draper himself said, quote, "I guess the markets aren't seeing what I am seeing. An entire economy is being rebuilt. I have a price target of $10,000 in 3 years. Even that may be pessimistic. 10,000 bucks a coin. Yowza." Bitcoin could pose a threat to financial stability of UK, warns the Bank of England. However, according to the bank, restrictions on the number of coins in circulation, the inherent volatility, and the prospect of higher transaction costs, which is viable, means that Bitcoin is unlikely to supplant the existing banking system. The bank argues the current centralized banking system, which stores and protects consumer funds through insurance, I'm assuming, will continue to dominate retail and business transactions, quote, over any foreseeable horizon. Furniture company Mobler Design now accepts Bitcoin. It's not just a furniture company. It's a fully operational, custom, internet-based design shop in South Africa that creates both custom furniture and office designs, and then sells the plans to the customers in exchange for Bitcoin. It is very impressive. But until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Is that how it is?
So then you have to read the last part.
Take a tip. Take a tip. Take a tip from me. Bradley's on the microphone, Ras MG. All the people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC.
Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Monday, October 20th, 2014 at 12:42 p.m. And there's too much news, so I'm going live. This is Mad Bitcoins News. Our top story: donate to Mad Bitcoins at this QR code, or subscribe at Mad Bitcoins Patreon account. The price of Bitcoin is $385.29. Litecoin is at $3.90 even. Bitcoin investment firm collapses due to alleged hacking. Management disappears. Bitcoin Trader, a popular arbitrage service in the Bitcoin industry, has collapsed, leading to the loss of customer funds and escalating investor concerns about the genuineness of many Bitcoin companies. From the International Business Times. Mint Pals, 3,700 stolen Bitcoin, likely in the hands of alleged scammer Alex Green. Where is the money from Mint Pal? Is it in this bag? Better check. Bitcoin hoard, no remedy for negative cash flow. Australian-based Bitcoin mining company Digital CC Limited, which trades as Digital BTC, has claimed cash reserves of 4.36 million, but now has a negative cash flow of 261,000 Australian dollars for the quarter. From ZDNet. Kraken to launch Bitcoin ops in Japan this month. Congratulations to Kraken and CEO Jesse Powell, who's taking the exchange to Japan. IBM's earnings doom the server business and maybe the company, but Wall Street still won't call for selling shares. The entire stock market is being dragged down by the failure of IBM. Great article from Robert X. Kringley, great author who used to be on the PBS website, but now apparently is on Forbes. What the heck is going on at Keene State? Well, there was a pumpkin fest, and then riot police deployed tear gas, pepper spray, and a bearcat against Keene State partiers. The partiers took to the street and apparently jammed 4,000 people in a small backyard at one time. Here they are dancing on top of an overturned car. Apparently the pumpkin fest was more than the students could handle. Keene State students clean up after riot. Much respect to the Keene State students who came out to clean up the mess that their fellow students made this weekend. Good work. Apple Pay aims to shut your wallet for good. The major news organizations are suddenly learning about the war on wallets being led by Apple Pay, which will foolishly lead in to Bitcoin payments. Apple Pay is too anonymous for some retailers. Retailers like Panera Bread and Starbucks would prefer to have customers in their own reward system so that they can better track customers and their payments. Apple Pay is intent on making payments anonymous again, and the retailers don't like it. Walmart has already said no across the board to Apple Pay. Space plane lands after record 674-day secret mission in space. Why don't we have a shuttle anymore? Why do we have a secret military space plane that spends 674 days in space, never telling us what's going on? What happened to the space program? When did it become the military space program? Maybe it was all the time. Lupe Fiasco may have anonymous hackers to thank for his release date. Lupe was having trouble getting his album released until Anonymous threatened the record company, demanding a release. The record company conceded. Dark Wallet Alpha 6 released into the wild. As commenter Billy Bobbitt says on Our Bitcoin, it's the best wallet out there, folks. Elo, the anti-Facebook, rises from a Vermont bike shop. The very interesting story of the anti-Facebook, a new website that claims, at least for now, that it will have no advertising and no data mining, which means that it will have no money and massive server costs. The solution to the Facebook problem is a decentralized Facebook built on top of BitTorrent with encrypted files that only friends of friends can see. Host your friends' data, pass it around, share data that you can't see, make the dark web real. Perhaps MadeSafe will deliver on this promise. Petition to stop Nestle from patenting the fennel flower goes viral on Facebook. Corporations continue to patent nature, and some people are trying to stop them. Good luck with that. Great show from John Oliver, Translators. John Oliver explains how translators in Iraq and Afghanistan have been left behind by the American military. They're given endless forms to fill out and have to wait about 1.5 years to get their visas, which are often denied then for no reason. Their families
have been hunted and killed. These are men and women who volunteered to translate for the American military, making them safer, helping them understand local customs and where land mines. But when it comes time to pay them back and at least let them live out their lives without threats of death and fear, the government fails them. Great report by John Oliver. Last week tonight, John Oliver, Supreme Court, now with dogs and cats. The Supreme Court foolishly does not release videotape of their events. And John Oliver has taken them to task, taking the audio from the Supreme Court and adding cute pictures of dogs, cats, birds, and chickens to make the proceedings more watchable. He's also publicly released the dog and kitten pack set, the dog and kitten images in a pack so that you can create your own Supreme Court audio files, now with video. Chess.com has a Bitcoin sister platform called Gambit.com. Gambit is where you can bet very small amounts on games of chance like backgammon and reversey. They don't have straight skill games like chess because they figure people will cheat. But it's fun. They had Monopoly first, then they're never going to have casino games. They're never going to have straight skill games like Go or Reversey or chess, but they're starting off with cribbage, billiards, dominoes, and the, I can't imagine why, heavily demanded rock, paper, scissors. Best of luck to Gambit.com and congratulations for all of their success with Chess.com. It's a great platform. 1 in 4 millennials trust no one with their money. Fidelity survey finds. That's 25%. Are you listening, banks? 25% don't trust not just banks, not just credit cards, not just anyone, but no one with their money. You'll have to wonder if the millennials end up using Bitcoin. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Don't forget to donate to Mad Bitcoins with a QR code on your screen right now. It's okay. You can pause it. Or subscribe to help Mad Bitcoins at patreon.com/madbitcoins. Right now, we're pulling in a kingly $140 a month from our 19 subscribers. Every little bit helps. Even $5, $10 a month, if there were hundreds of subscribers, would be more than enough to pay bills. Or donate to this code right now on your screen. This news will repeat throughout the day as we test the live stream. All the playing stopped in the playground now. She wants to play with her toys a little while. And school's out early and soon we'll be learning that the lesson today is how to die.
Into the limo, you son of a bitch. No arguments. Fuck, man. There's a beverage here. Start talking and start talking fast, you lousy bum. We've been frantically trying to reach you, Mad. Where's my goddamn Bitcoin price, you bum? Well, I don't know. They did not receive the Bitcoin, you nitwit. They did not receive the goddamn Bitcoin. The price was in your hands. That is our concern, Mad. No, man. Nothing is fucked here. Nothing is fucked? The goddamn plane has crashed into the mountain. Come on, man. Who are you going to believe? Those guys? We dropped off the damn Bitcoin. What? The royal we, you know, the editorial. I dropped off the Bitcoin exactly as per. Look, I've got certain information. Certain things have come to light, and has it ever occurred to you, man, that given the nature of all this new shit, that instead of selling and losing our heads, maybe we should be buying and holding? Maybe we'll just end up with more Bitcoin in the long run, and this whole thing might not just be so, so simple, What in God's holy name are you blathering about? I'll tell you what I'm blathering about. I've got information. New shit has come to light, and shit, man. Bitcoin is really fucking cool in the long run. Well, look at it. young digital currency, I mean, in the parlance of our times, owes Bitcoin all over town, including to known cryptographers, and that's cool. That's cool. But I'm saying the price needs buyers. And of course they're going to buy when you're sleeping because they want more, man. They've got to buy more Bitcoin. I mean, hasn't that ever occurred to you, sir? No, Mr. Bitcoins, that had not occurred to me. That had not occurred to us, Mad. Well, okay, you're not privy to all the new shit, so, you know, that's what you pay me for. So speaking of which, would it be possible for me to get my 20 grand in Bitcoin? Because I've got to check with my accountant on this, but my concern is that, you know, it could bump me up into a higher tax. Brant, give him the envelope. Well, okay, if you've already made out the paper wallet, we received it this morning. Since you have failed to achieve, even in the modest task that was your charge, since you have reduced the price of Bitcoin, and since you have unrepentantly betrayed my cryptographic proof of work, I have no choice but to tell these bums that they should do whatever is necessary to recover their Bitcoin from you, Mad Bitcoins, and with Brant as my witness, I shall tell you this. Any further harm visited upon Bitcoin shall be visited tenfold upon your wallet. By God, sir, I cannot abide another price drop. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Thursday, September 18th, 2014 at 11:31 a.m. in Bermuda. You're always after my mad Bitcoins. It's 'cause they're magically delicious. Do you like Bitcoins? Do you like watching YouTube videos? Then earn some free Bitcoins from coinhd.com just for watching YouTube videos. And if you want your videos seen by real Bitcoin enthusiasts, just order some views at coinhd.com. Special thanks to CoinHD for promoting my Tatiana live video, The Bitcoin Song. Thanks to their support, it now has more than 70,000 views and 202 comments. Nice. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to trend downward, but may have found a floor, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 431, a high of 454, and a low of 429. Litecoin is at $4.83 a coin. Bitcoin debit card to bring virtual currency to back pocket. Australia gets its first Bitcoin debit card. The swipe card is just the latest product from Australian Bitcoin exchange CoinJar. Sounds like a great one. Way to go, Australia. Will Bitcoin fall, then bounce? Financial chart watchers say that Bitcoin is oversold, that sellers are running out of Bitcoin to sell. We may have finally found the floor, as if it stays above 450, it should stay in the 460 to 470 range. Medicinal marijuana dispensary becomes Canada's first to accept Bitcoin. Mega Chill in Vancouver is Canada's first Bitcoin accepting dispensary. They say that the plan is going quite well, with many customers enjoying the experience of paying in Bitcoin, and at least one employee who prefers to be paid that way. They even have plans to accept Bitcoin when they expand into the building next door to build the Mega Ill Pizza Parlor. Way to go, Canada! Maybe you're not all ice hockey and ice fishing and ice. Maybe you're snow, too. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Some days it don't come easy. Some days it don't come hard. Some days it don't come at all, and these are the days that never end. Some nights you're breathing fire. Some nights you're carved in ice. Some nights you're like nothing I've ever seen before or will again. I would do anything for love. I won't do that. No, I won't do that. Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Wednesday, September 17th, 2014 at 8:34 a.m. in Outer Mongolia. Mad Bitcoins, you know you want them. Come and have some. Like the show? Support the show. Subscribe at madbitcoins.com with Bitcoins or join the Mad Bitcoins Patreon for behind-the-scenes access at patreon.com/madbitcoins. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices are down slightly, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 459, a high of 465, and a low of 458. Litecoin is at $5.01 a coin. Boston Fed. Bitcoin could be reducing online shopping costs. A new report from the Boston branch of the Federal Reserve claims that while Bitcoin may not supplant legacy currency, a new report from the Boston branch of the Federal Reserve claims that while Bitcoin may not supplant legacy currencies, it might have a lasting effect by innovating the internet payment industry. So it's innovative and lasting, but not enough to replace a worthless paper currency that the major oil producers are trying to get rid of anyway. First state Republican Party accepts Bitcoin. And the first state Republican Party to accept Bitcoin is Louisiana, famous for the natural hurricanes, enhanced by the removal of the wetlands, a free barrier once provided by nature, but now no more. At least they take Bitcoin, I guess. The Libertarian Party also accepts Bitcoin, as well as 30% of the political candidates in this election cycle. But the real choice is whether you'll vote for Coke or Pepsi. Banks cut ties with Isle of Man's banking industry. CTS, Capital Treasury Services, the company that links banks to businesses in the Isle of Man, would like to continue doing so, but its partners in the banks say no. The banks won't work with Bitcoin. Maybe we need new banks. Vilified Bitcoin tycoon after losing $500 million. My life is at risk. Well, duh. Yeah. What did you think would happen? Phase 1, stop saying stupid things on Twitter. Phase 2, shut the fuck up. It's just that simple. Mark Karpelès played a major role in the early days of Bitcoin. He ran a major exchange, but due to hubris, ego, or perhaps just a lack of experience, he failed to split up the technical work and use the riches of his company to simply hire someone better. The fail to hire someone better led to a major hack or bug, leading to the theft or whatever of more than $500 million in Bitcoin. Other people's $500 million in Bitcoin. Like F. Scott Fitzgerald said, there are no second acts in Bitcoin. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoin. The slate will soon be clean. I'll erase the memories to start again with somebody new. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins, live from the Plug and Play Tech Center in Sunnyvale, California. We're about to witness the Bitcoin Beauties art show. Let's see what's going on inside.
Without much further ado, I'd like to pass it over to Sarah, Bitcoin Beauties.
A little background, my name is Sarah, and I got into Bitcoin in late 2011. I learned about Bitcoin, didn't understand what it was, owned a lot of Bitcoin, got hacked, and then realized that I had owned something that was valuable. So when I got hacked, I started researching what it was and how it worked, and it really played on to what my heart knew the world needed. And this journey over the last few years has been a very rough one. I'm sure all of you understand when you step into Bitcoin, there's a steep learning curve and then a lot of emotional roller coasters that go along with the daily rate and the daily drama and the new companies. It's been beautiful, but there's one thing that has always kept me going within the Bitcoin world, and that's these women. There's a lot of talk about finance, and there's a lot of talk about change in the world, but there's not a lot of showing the change in the world. So what we did tonight is pull together all the girls and brought their art and a little bit of themselves here. So what we're trying to do is show you a little bit of the beauty of Bitcoin. All of the artists here have accepted Bitcoin into their lives. They're open to tips. They're open to selling their art for Bitcoin. And they're all very interested in the way that Bitcoin can change the world. So let me introduce you guys to each one of the girls so you can mingle afterwards and feel like you already know them. Continue bringing women into this space. And the way to do that is allow them to earn by their passions. So this is what this is. This is a display of passion, and we hope you guys enjoy it.
Can you see both of us in the picture? Yeah. Okay, I have to check. I have to make sure here. Are you ready, Dottie? Good morning, Bitcoins. This is Mad Bitcoins, live from the Bitcoin Beauties art show with Sarah Blinko.
Hello, everyone.
So, Sarah, you started the Bitcoin Beauties art show. What did you start it for?
Well, Bitcoin Beauties has been a relatively long project, underground at first, but the art show is basically to show the beauty of Bitcoin. I've been in Bitcoin since 2011, and I think there's so much beauty in Bitcoin and what Bitcoin can do to change the world, and giving a little bit of a visual representation of that is my goal here.
And how many artists do you have here tonight?
We have over 10 women here and at least 9 artists, and the women that aren't artists are bakers, and they brought homemade cookies and we brought wine for everyone. So
you brought homemade cookies, wine, women, and art to a Bitcoin meetup. That's adventurous.
Yeah, we're switching the conversation about women. No longer can you say that women don't come to Bitcoin meetings. We're here. And where are you?
Well, they're at home on Twitter, and they can't believe this. They've already been looking at the vines, and they just don't believe it's happening. So, do you have anything else to say to the people that are home watching this? What should they do in their local towns to get more people into Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to do to get more people into Bitcoin is ask them what they're passionate about. I think it's very easy to connect with people if you know what they're passionate about, because Bitcoin can help that no matter what it is, whether it's art or health or gaming, no matter what it is, Bitcoin can make their life easier. And connect with us on Twitter. It's BTC Beauties. And take a look around. I think you guys can do that with the camera. Take a look around at the art and enjoy. I don't know if you can do the QR codes, but if you see this QR code, all the women accept tips for their art. So we'd love it.
So follow your passion and don't ask permission. That's what Satoshi Nakamoto would do.
There we go. Absolutely. Definitely don't ask for permission, and always follow your heart and your passions.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah, just general. We're here with Scott from the Plug and Play Tech Center. Scott, what's going on with Bitcoin at the Plug and Play Center?
All sorts of stuff. If you walk over to the cafeteria, you can see you can buy anything with Bitcoin. So lunch, coffee, whatever, you name it. Downstairs, we have Bitcoin miners currently minting Bitcoin. So I also run Silicon Valley Bitcoin meetup here. So we're here every Tuesday at Plug and Play Tech Center in Sunnyvale, 6 to 8 p.m. And I also run the Plug and Play Bitcoin initiative, so the accelerator program for startups. And we just had 4 come through, our first batch. So that was 37 coins, Holy Transaction, Purse.io, and PeerPal. So yeah, we're heavily vested in the space. We're pretty much all in.
Very cool. Do you have any Bitcoin ATMs around here?
Not here. We were going to get one, but there's actually one in Mountain View. So yeah, not yet. We're working on it though.
I would have brought mine, but it hasn't shipped yet. But I am getting a Skyhook ATM. It's very small, but
Awesome.
And that's part of the problem. We're not sure how to secure it yet. We're going to need a steel box or some kind of nonsense.
Yeah,
so.
Our issue was the one, we had to make sure it was filed correctly with the state of California, and 2, we needed somebody to be able to handle the KYC AML stuff. So we couldn't tell if RoboCoin or Lamos would be the way to go. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting.
And yours would be more of a permanent ATM. Mine was more of a demo unit, not a serious thing.
Absolutely. Many months ago, Eric Stromberg came by here. So one of the first ones that went live, I think it was down in New Mexico. So he demoed it here, and you can find one of the videos of one of the first actual live demonstrations of it.
It's really exciting, but the more you think about a Bitcoin ATM, the more complicated it gets with counterfeiting. I heard one of the cafe ones, they had a human Bitcoin ATM that was hanging around, having everyone cancel their transactions, offering them a lower price. So.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's part of the game, right? First movers right now.
Absolutely. People got to move their Bitcoins. So what do you have coming up in the future here? Anything planned?
Absolutely. So our next batch will be launching later this summer or early fall. So if you're a startup out there and you've got an idea, we'd love to take a look at you guys. So please contact me, Scott at plugandplaytechcenter.com. But yeah, we're here every Tuesday for the Silicon Valley Bitcoin meetup. So please come on down. We're in the heart of Silicon Valley.
And about how many people do you normally have at this meetup?
Typically, it's about 50 to 75. It's a little bit slower tonight. There's also a meetup up in San Francisco at 20 Mission. In fact, our portfolio company, 37 Coins, is talking there tonight. So, yeah, but every Tuesday, usually we've had a few hundred in the past when Andreas Antonopoulos came through here and Roger in the past. So.
Very cool. So it's a little slower tonight, which is surprising, but you have girls, art, and wine. You'd think you'd be able to compete with the startup in San Francisco, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's right after the holiday weekend. So, you can come here anytime and we'll talk Bitcoin. And yeah, definitely check out Bitcoin Beauties online. And yeah, thanks for coming.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties art show with Cherie, who's an artist and a dancer. Cherie, what brought you to Bitcoin?
My friend Sarah, who is the head of Bitcoin Beauties, and just the attraction of the freedom of not having a solid currency for one country. Like, I can use Bitcoin anywhere.
It's pretty amazing. Have you bought anything with Bitcoin yet?
Not yet. I'm actually really rather new to Bitcoin, but I do have a wallet, and I have, I don't have that much money. so I have a few, 60, few Bitcoins, but not enough to buy anything.
So are you selling your art today in Bitcoin?
Oh yeah. Yep, this is it. I'm selling everything for Bitcoin. I even have a few pieces that are specifically Bitcoin art pieces.
That's very cool. And how much are the pieces today?
Honestly, however much the person who wants them thinks it's worth. I mean, if they're like, I don't know.
20, 40 bucks.
I don't know. Some of these take a lot of work. I'd probably put 60, a little bit. Some of them I'd go for the little ones, 40. Or something like that.
And are you just selling them in person today, or are you selling them online as well?
I will eventually be selling it on the Bitcoin Beauties website, along with my footage of me dancing and other things like that.
And what kind of dancing do you do?
Oh, I do everything.
Very cool. I'm sure the internet will be interested in that. That's I have to ask. They're at home. They're like, ask about the dancing. So.
Yeah. No, I've been dancing since I was a little bitty thing, and it's one of my favorite things to do besides making stuff.
So dancing, art, and Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Cherie.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties art show with Sierra. Sierra, what's going on with your art here today?
I brought some of my art that I have done in the past couple months, and actually some are even older. But yeah, I have some pieces.
So this piece right here, I just drew a fortune cookie that says, I have perfect timing always.
Yeah.
So what's going on with the fortune cookie project here?
You know, it's funny that you call it that because someone else called it the fortune cookie thing, but it's just a positive affirmation to take with you so everyone can take a piece of art with them. It's kind of my intention.
So they're all positive. There's none about like having terrible timing.
No, it's all positive. It's all like, it's kind of the thought of your mind can control your reality. And so if you have positive thoughts, you will have a beautiful reality.
Very cool. And how did you get into Bitcoin?
Through my friend Sarah. She introduced me to Bitcoin, and I'm really interested. I'm still very new. I just got a wallet recently, and so I'm like still learning a lot about it. But I like that it's a currency that's not taxed, and that it intrigues me. I'm still learning.
Very cool. And are you selling your art just here in person, or you sell it on a website as well?
I sell it in person, so either now or I do shows sometimes in coffee shops and things. So, yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you, Sierra, for talking to us today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties Art Show with Star, who's made incredible photos of spider webs and even an actual spider web. Star, how do you capture these spider webs? Is it true that you're part spider?
This spider web is super awesome. The center of it actually looks like Spider-Man. And I don't know, I just saw it outside and I was like, that looks like Spider-Man, you know, like when you're a kid and you saw the cartoon and you saw his face and then his web around him, and I just watched it and I was like, okay, I gotta wait for the dew to go away and I gotta capture this without tearing it. And
so this was just a natural spider web in nature, like near your house or something?
yeah, just in the backyard in an apple tree.
So have you always been taking pictures of spider webs, or is this a recent thing?
I think this is a recent thing. I'm really in love with the internet and the web and the way we can all connect via the internet and networking. And I find that spider webs are incredibly strong. And the engineering is so intricate and it's so different and you never know what to expect, but it's something so fragile, yet at the same time it carries so much and it nourishes and it's a part of the cycle of life. So I find it fascinating.
I think that's a great computer science tie-in to say that the webs are like a networking web. And are you selling your art in Bitcoin today?
I sure am. Buy it now. I'm ready.
And are you going to list it on a web page as well, or just here at the local art meetups?
You know, my art is already listed on Facebook.
Very cool. And do you want to plug the Facebook site here?
It's under Star Photography.
Facebook Star Photography. Well, thank you very much, Star, for sharing your spider web.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're recording? Really? Okay.
Should I start?
Yeah, I'll start. This is Mad Bitcoins. We're here with Jenna, who's one of the Bitcoin beauties demonstrating her art tonight in Sunnyvale, California. Jenna, how's it going?
It's going wonderful. How are you?
I've been really good. So tell us a little bit about your art here. It looks like a lot of beach-related art in this ocean.
They're all named after goddesses. This one right here is Oye, and she is a goddess of strength, and she's my first specifically Bitcoin creation.
So you have the sun is a Bitcoin logo right here.
Yes, it is.
That's very cool. And how did you get into Bitcoin?
That would be Sarah Blinko. She has gotten all of us girls into Bitcoin. So
how does she do it? She gets you drunk late at night, tells you about this new internet currency, and you get really excited?
yes, absolutely. No, what she actually talks about is her passion about Bitcoin. One of the reasons she's so passionate about it is because she believes it to be empowering for women around the world. She really had me when she started talking about women in cultures where they're not allowed to have a bank account, and this actually enables them to have some sort of resources where they might not necessarily able to otherwise. So I think I was hooked at that point.
In a lot of cultures, women can't even drive cars, they can't travel, and especially without money or a bank account, you can't travel. So it's a really exciting innovation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things I thought was really cool. Plus, you know, Bitcoin beauties, I got to be part of that.
So are you going to be part of the group that's traveling the world with Bitcoin beauties?
It's definitely looking that way. So keep posted.
Any ideas on where you want to start that trip, or anywhere that you'd like to see especially?
Oh, I would love to go to Greece. I've always wanted to see Athens.
Very cool. Going to Greece. Maybe you'll see Andreas Antonopoulos there. He's into Bitcoin. He's from Greece.
Oh, yeah? All right, Andreas, I'm coming after you, baby.
Thank you very much, Jenna, for talking to us today. People don't like it if I don't wear my goggles.
Yeah, you have to wear the goggles.
It's part of the thing. And now Jenna is going to favor us with a poem.
From my poetry book called Blue Poppies. It's true. I can't keep my clothes on. They're right. I can't keep my legs together. One thing leads to another. It's so natural to be so natural with you. It makes me see how clothes were pointless in the Garden of Eden.
It's a good thing I'm wearing goggles because it covers up how badly I'm blushing. Thank you, Jenna.
You're very welcome.
My name is Cam. My name is Gary. We're at Camp Dogecoin at Burning Man. Dogecoin. That's very Doge-manic of you, Gary. It's pronounced Doge. Dogecoin.
Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Camp Dogecoin, live from Burning Man 2014. I'm MadBitcoins, and I'm joined by Gary and Cam. How's it going, Gary and Cam?
Pretty well, thank you.
Pleasant. So I've told you guys traveled all the way from Canada to go to Burning Man to tell people about Camp Dogecoin.
Yes.
And how was that ride? Is it colder in Canada than it is at Burning Man?
Yes.
I imagine the Canadian pussy is mighty cold. Do you agree?
I forget.
It's tough to remember with so many Doge happenings going on. And what's been going on this week at Camp Dogecoin?
Cam, you want to take this one?
We've been spreading mass propaganda about the Doge and all that we can learn from the Doge. Doge is the second coming of Christ.
Cam's had some religious experiences with Doge, but we just have to put those to the side. A lot of people are serious about Doge, but not entirely religious yet. So we have to watch out. Now, here's an important question. What's the price of Bitcoin or Dogecoin right now?
Whatever it should be.
I believe one Doge still equals one Doge and one Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin. I'm not so sure about Darkcoin and Litecoin. We'll have to check. So what else is going on? What's planned for the distributed dance party when you guys get back to the default world, as they call it here?
Right now we're working on the official DDP field manual, which is a 200-page manual. Half of it will be open source philosophy, and half of it will be technical. And the goal is to spread the decentralized dance party to all corners of the earth. Independent, autonomous DDP party cells. Once that is accomplished, we'll broadcast a simultaneous global dance party to everyone in the world at the same time, uniting all of humanity in song and dance, and we'll win the Nobel Peace Prize for partying.
Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is e-God? Electronic God.
And that's what they should put on your Nobel, really. That's the caption right there. Did you know Doge spelled backwards is e-God? That's a very great goal. I'd love to see it. So all you need to start your own DDP is pretty much a radio transmitter and some boom boxes?
Transmitter, boom boxes, batteries, 200 pages of decentralized wisdom to guide the creation of the most uplifting and liberating party experience possible.
And banana suits.
banana suits seem to play heavily into the video.
Banana suits
We have a special guest.
crucial. Who do we got? Hi.
David.
Come on down. Welcome, David, to the Decentralized Doge Party, Dance Party, etc. extravaganza.
What is going on?
What is going on?
David wrote a feature on the DDP and Wired magazine. 4-page feature.
Cool, come on down. We're live.
Dude, this is live to the whole world right now, dude. Go.
Absolutely, the entire internet can see us now, pre-recorded. Say hello. Hello, world. That's a good starting program. It's good to keep it simple. We're just talking about Camp Dogecoin and Bitcoin and the excitement of decentralized dance parties and decentralized currencies. What do you think about those things? Exciting?
Oh, absolutely. Our currency is kind of boring right now.
It's time for a new currency. It's time for orange peels. Orange peels are the superior currency. When the oranges are gone, don't just trade in the peels. Trade them for something useful, like Dogecoin.
Proof of citrus. I forgot to mention too, to finance the global party pandemic, we're going to issue $1 million worth of peace bonds denominated exclusively in Dogecoin, or maybe Doge Party. I'm still figuring that out.
Peace bonds, other party bonds.
Party peace bonds, it's all the same.
Absolutely.
Partying is peace.
Partying is peace. Great parting words from Camp Dogecoin. So until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. The people love it when I do that live. Oh, they love it live. It's all about the liveness of the thing.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Are we live?
We're live. Live on tape.
I think I'm alive. I think I'm alive.
It's important to check before you go on camera. Am I alive?
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. That's what we're going to end it on. That right there. Cool, man. Thanks for being on.
This will go viral for sure.
Good. It's way too loud. People hate it. Check. That's way too fucking loud. Hello.
You should have a bloopers reel of this shit.
The following movie is rated R.
I'll get the check. You guys get the tip. Should be about a Bitcoin apiece.
All right, everybody. Cough up some bits. Come on, throw in a Satoshi. Nah, I don't Bitcoin tip. You don't Bitcoin tip? I don't believe in it. You don't believe in Bitcoin tipping? Do you have any idea what these YouTubers make? They make shit. Don't give me that. They don't make enough money. They can quit. Shit. I don't even know a dude who'd have the balls to say that. So let's get this straight. You don't ever Bitcoin tip? Look, I don't Bitcoin tip because society says I have to. I tip when somebody deserves a tip. When somebody really puts forth an effort, makes a really nice video, they deserve a little something extra. But this tipping automatically, it's for the birds. As far as I'm concerned, they're just doing their job. That video was nice. That video was okay. It wasn't anything special. What's something special? Take you in the back and suck your dick? I'd go over 3 Bitcoins for that. Look, I want to laugh. Now, we've been here a long fucking time, and I've only laughed 3 times. When I want to laugh 6 times. 6 times? What if they're too busy? The words too fucking busy shouldn't be in a YouTuber's vocabulary. Excuse me, Mr. Pink, but the last thing you need is another laugh. These YouTubers aren't starving to death. They make money for ads. I used to work for ad revenue, and when I did, I wasn't lucky enough to have a job society deemed tip-worthy. So you don't care that they're counting on your Bitcoin tips to live? You know what this is? This is the world's smallest violin, and it's playing just for the YouTubers. You don't have any idea what you're fucking talking about. These YouTubers bust their ass. YouTubing is a hard job. So's working at CNN, but you don't feel the need to tip them. Why? They're reading you the news. You should tip them. But no, society says Bitcoin tip these guys over here, but not these guys over there. That's bullshit. YouTubing is the #1 occupation for clever computer geeks who took a vow never to install Windows XP again. It's the only job basically any computer geek can get and make a living on. The reason is because of Bitcoin tips. Fuck all that. Hey, I'm very sorry that the government taxes their Bitcoins. That's fucked up, but that ain't my fault. It would appear that Bitcoiners are just one of the many groups the government fucks in the ass on a regular basis. I mean, if you show me a paper that says the government shouldn't do that, I'll sign it. Put it to a vote, I'll vote for it. But what I won't do is play ball. And this non-Windows bullshit you're telling me, I got 2 words for that. Learn the fucking Mac. Because if you're expecting me to help out with the rent, you're in for a big fucking surprise. He's convinced me. Give me my Bitcoin back. Hey, leave the Bitcoins there. All right, ramblers, let's get rambling. Wait a minute. Who didn't throw in? Mr. Pink. Mr. Pink? Why not? He don't Bitcoin tip. He don't Bitcoin tip. You don't Bitcoin tip? Why? He don't believe in it. Shut up. What do you mean you don't believe in it? Cough up a Bitcoin, you cheap bastard. I paid for your goddamn breakfast. Because you paid for the bandwidth, I'm gonna Bitcoin tip. Normally, I would never do this. Never mind what you normally would do. Just cough up a Bitcoin like everybody else.
Good morning, Bitcoins! Actually, it's evening. And welcome to Who Wants to Be a Bitcoiner? The game show where you and the home audience compete for a chance to win Bitcoins. Well, fractions of a Bitcoin anyway. Because as soon as you've got yourself some Bitcoins, you're a Bitcoiner! Who Wants to Be a Bitcoiner is sponsored by Alpha Lion Technologies. Alpha Lion Technologies, they don't make the altcoins. They make the altcoins of the future. Design your own altcoin at alphaliontechnologies.com. Today's contestants on Who Wants to Be a Bitcoiner are Charles, a Swiss Army nerd, and Zach, a cryptocurrency enthusiast. Gentlemen, are you ready to play the game? Well, I'm sure as you all know at home, there's 3 rounds to Who Wants to Be a Bitcoiner, and then final Satoshis. The questions get harder as time goes on, but the values stay the same. 1 point per question, with a chance to double your points in final Satoshis, but only the top 2 survive. Until then, let's get Bitcoining! Here we are with the first round of questions. Round 1, Bitcoin Basics. Bitcoin creator Satoshi Nakamoto published the Bitcoin white paper in what year? Charles.
2009.
2009 is correct. What's the current block reward for Bitcoin? Charles.
50.
And Zach. Steele.
25.
25 is correct. Name 3 major vendors who accept Bitcoin. Zach.
Cheapo Air or Cheap Air.
Cheap Air.
Gift.
Gift.
And alpaca socks.
Judges. We're going to accept that because Franco Coin said in his video yesterday that one of the first items he bought were socks for 400 Bitcoins. If you can buy socks for 400 Bitcoins, they must be really good socks. Next question. What type of cryptography does Bitcoin use? Zach.
SHA-256.
Shaw 256, we're looking for a more generic answer. Do you have a more generic answer?
Private public key encryption? I don't know.
Judges, we're looking for public key cryptography. We're going to accept that. The next question is a difficult one. What does FinCEN stand for? Charles.
Financial center?
Zach for the steal.
Oh, God. With FinCEN? Financial instruments. I pass. I don't know.
Sorry, FinCEN stands for Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Our next question is a spelling question. How do you spell the alleged Dread Pirate Roberts' last name? Charles.
ULBRICGHT.
Zach for the steal.
ULBRICHT.
That's correct. Ross Albright. Ross Albright is the alleged Dread Pirate Roberts. Our final question in round one. What type of attitude did Larry Summers express toward Bitcoin? Zach.
Positive.
Positive. Charles for the steal.
Negative.
Negative. No, he expressed a wait and see attitude. A wait and see attitude.
I mean,
Now
that's
it's time for
definitely
interview time, which is everyone's favorite part of the show. Charles, what's your favorite part of Mad Bitcoins?
I obviously love the goggles, the hat, the whole get up, but I really enjoyed you taking new users through Coinbase the other day and setting them up accounts, getting them ready to go, and easing them into the Bitcoin universe. And of course, the game show. By far my favorite thus far.
Zach, what's your favorite part of Mad Bitcoins?
I like the travel budget, but I also
It's so
like
exotic, I know.
I like your little intro, the little two-liner, whatever it is. It's always very creative.
The intro. After round one, the scores are Zach 3, Charles 1. And we're moving on to round two, the lightning round, Bitcoin price. You will be given a day and asked to name the corresponding value for Bitcoin on that day, or vice versa. The closest guess wins. April 16th, 2013. Charles, your guess.
230.
Zach, your guess.
260.
Charles is closer. The correct answer is $68.36. That was the day of the great crash from 250 down to 68. The next question, October 2nd, 2013. Zach, your guess.
October 2nd. 200.
Charles, your guess.
170.
The answer is $99.81. Charles is closer again. He's made up the ground, and now the score is tied at 3-3. The next question could decide it. 0.08 cents. 0.08 cents. Charles, your guess.
How many Bitcoins that is?
What day? What day was the price of Bitcoin 0.08?
That's January 5th, 2000. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2010.
Zach, your guess.
I'd say that it's 2010 November.
What day?
November 1st.
Survey says that was July 19th, 2010. So Zach is closer. It's very close, but Zach was closer. The next date is November 29th, 2013. Zach, your guess.
900.
Charles, your guess.
We go 1,200.
What was your, sorry?
1,200.
1,200. That's closer. The answer is 1,120 and 40 cents. 1,120 and 40 cents. The score is tied again at 4-4. And our next question is,
I noticed that in the statement dated the 17th of October, the HKFS said that the dialogue is not an attempt to show goodwill to the government. We have to focus our attention on the issues. We like to get replies from the administration. I hope that over the past 2 hours, we have given the replies that you're looking for. We very much hope that when you ponder the future, you would attach importance to the public aspirations for one man, one vote for the election of chief executive. You have regard to the well-being of the public, and you will respond to the aspirations of the public for the restoration of social order. And the government has showed its sincerity. Our door remains open from today for communication, and I look forward to further opportunities to engage the students for rational and peaceful, calm and collected discussion. I'm grateful to Professor Cheng for taking time out to be our moderator. Thank you very much. I am very delighted that both sides are respectful of one another, and they expressed their views in a peaceful and calm manner. There may still be gaps, but both parties lay all the cards on the table and talk about the issues, and we'll follow up on these issues in further dialogues. This is about time we bring it to a close. Thank you all very much.
The price of Bitcoin right now on Mt. Gox. Charles, your guess.
902.
Zach, your guess.
890.
902 is closer. The correct price is 905. Charles takes the lead 5-4. The scores are 5-4 as we head into round 3. Bitcoin potpourri. It really could be anything. Buzzers at the ready, gentlemen. And here we go. Popular Bitcoin pundit, Andreas Blank. Zach. Charles, sorry.
Antonopoulos.
Antonopoulos. Antonopoulos.
Antonopoulos.
It keeps messing me up though. All right. Bitcoin is often discussed on this dovish daily news show. Zach.
MadBitcoins.
And Charles for the steal.
Bloomberg.
The correct answer is Peace News Now. Peace News Now.
Oh,
hence the dovish in the question. The next question. You can get your Bitcoin pin at blankblank.com. You can get your Bitcoin pin. The correct answer is shinybadges.com. Shinybadges.com.
I'm going to write that one down, actually.
The next question. This alliterative organization launched a successful campaign to keep people warm. Zach.
That'd be Bitcoins Not Bombs.
Correct. Bonus question, what was the name of this campaign?
Hoodies for homeless. That was it.
Hoodie the Homeless, correct.
Nailed it.
Zach ties up the score at 6-6. The next question. Virgin Galactic billionaire recently announced that you can pay for Bitcoin for a ride to space. What's his name? Charles.
Richard Branson?
Richard Branson is correct. The next question. What was the title of the recent Senate hearing about Bitcoin? No one knows the title? Charles, a guess?
U.S. Senate discusses the downfall of the dollar.
That's probably what it should have been called, but they called it Beyond Silk Road. Beyond Silk Road. I have a bonus question as well as what was the subtitle, but I'll just tell you guys. It was Beyond Silk Road, Potential Risks, Threats, and Promises of Virtual Currencies. Risks, threats, and promises. And that sounds means that we're all out of time, and it's time for final Satoshis. The score is tied. Actually, Charles has the lead 7-6 over Zach, and that means that it's time for final Satoshis. We were going to mute the third contestant, but the third contestant didn't even show. So you're muted. And now, the final Satoshi's question. This is going to be a very tough question because it's not directly related to Bitcoin, unless, of course, something goes wrong. Contestants, are you ready? Pencils up. Today's final Satoshi's question is, what does the USA Patriot Act stand for? What does the USA Patriot Act stand for? 30 seconds. Good luck.
Do I have to write my wager as well or no?
You can write your wager as well. Da 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 That's not the Jeopardy theme music. That's a licensed and official parody. It's very different. The contestants are still writing. It's a very difficult question. There are a lot of letters in USA Patriot Act, and they all have to stand for something. Zach looks like he's ready. Charles, are you ready? The audience at home is excitedly waiting. The definition of what does the USA Patriot Act stand for? Survey says they are still writing. There are a lot of letters in Patriot Act. USA. USA. What is it going to stand for? 22 viewers in the audience are waiting at their exciting conclusion of who wants to be a Bitcoiner.
I got no clue.
No clue?
I'm trying to come up with a funny acronym here.
Charles, do you have a funny acronym?
No, I came up with a very serious, very wrong one, actually.
All right, let's go ahead. Charles, what have you got? Go ahead and hold it up and read us what you have for USA Patriot Act.
I have Preventative Action Treaty regarding Information Online Technology.
Good try. Zach, what have you got?
I know terrorism should have been in there somewhere.
Very close, very close. There is one terrorism in the name, but there are multiple T's. So it would be difficult to guess where the terrorism is.
As an aside, I've glued myself. If this could get reimbursed by the show.
A pen explodes every day on its own. Zach, your answer.
I didn't quite get through it. I had United States of America, peace and aggression.
Unfortunately, the USA doesn't even stand for United States of America. It stands for Uniting and Strengthening America by providing appropriate tools required to intercept and obstruct terrorism Act of 2001. That's Uniting and Strengthening America by providing appropriate tools required to intercept and obstruct terrorism Act of 2001.
That's impossible.
And what were your wagers? Charles, how much did you wager? Charles was in the lead, 7.
I bid 1 up there.
You bet 1. Charles is down to 6. Zach, what is your wager?
I did 0 on this thing.
0? That means the game is tied at 6-6. You're both winners. You both get to become Bitcoiners with a generous prize provided by Franco Coin. All contestants on the Who Wants to Be a Bitcoinaire show receive Franco Coins. Franco Coins, they're fast, they're scarce, they're rare. They're Franco Coins. We'd like to thank the audience at home for watching, and we'd like to thank the contestants for playing along. Don't forget to try the home game of Who Wants to Be a Bitcoinaire. Buy $10 in Bitcoins for yourself today before it's too late. Who Wants to Be a Bitcoinaire is a production of Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins. Say good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Follow me on Twitter.
Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Monday, October 20th, 2014 at 12:42 p.m. And there's too much news, so I'm going live. This is Mad Bitcoins News. Our top story, donate to Mad Bitcoins at this QR code. Or subscribe at Mad Bitcoin's Patreon account. The price of Bitcoin is $385.29. Litecoin is at $3.90 even. Bitcoin investment firm collapses due to alleged hacking. Management disappears. Bitcoin Trader, a popular arbitrage service in the Bitcoin industry, has collapsed, leading to the loss of customer funds and escalating investor concerns about the genuineness of many Bitcoin companies. From the International Business Times. Mint Pal's 3,700 stolen Bitcoin, likely in the hands of alleged scammer Alex Green. Where is the money from Mint Pal? Is it in this bag? Better check. Bitcoin hoard, no remedy for negative cash flow. Australian-based Bitcoin mining company Digital CC Limited, which trades as Digital BTC, has claimed cash reserves of 4.36 million, but now has a negative cash flow of 261,000 Australian dollars for the quarter. From ZDNet. Kraken to launch Bitcoin ops in Japan this month. Congratulations to Kraken and CEO Jesse Powell, who's taking the exchange to Japan. IBM's earnings doom the server business and maybe the company, but Wall Street still won't call for selling shares. The entire stock market is being dragged down by the failure of IBM. Great article from Robert X. Kringley, great author who used to be on the PBS website, but now apparently is on Forbes. What the heck is going on at Keene State? Well, there was a pumpkin fest, and then riot police deployed tear gas, pepper spray, and a bearcat against Keene State partiers. The partiers took to the street and apparently jammed 4,000 people in a small backyard at one time. Here they are dancing on top of an overturned car. Apparently the pumpkin fest was more than the students could handle. Keene State students clean up after riot. Much respect to the Keene State students who came out to clean up the mess that their fellow students made this weekend. Good work. Apple Pay aims to shut your wallet for good. The major news organizations are suddenly learning about the war on wallets being led by Apple Pay, which will foolishly lead in to Bitcoin payments. Apple Pay is too anonymous for some retailers. Retailers like Panera Bread and Starbucks would prefer to have customers in their own reward system so that they can better track customers and their payments. Apple Pay is intent on making payments anonymous again, and the retailers don't like it. Walmart has already said no across the board to Apple Pay. Space plane lands after record 674-day secret mission in space. Why don't we have a shuttle anymore? Why do we have a secret military space plane that spends 674 days in space, never telling us what's going on? What happened to the space program? When did it become the military space program? Maybe it was all the time. Lupe Fiasco may have anonymous hackers to thank for his release date. Lupe was having trouble getting his album released until Anonymous threatened the record company, demanding a release. The record company conceded. Dark Wallet Alpha 6 released into the wild. As commenter Billy Bobbitt says on Our Bitcoin, it's the best wallet out there, folks. Elo, the anti-Facebook, rises from a Vermont bike shop. The very interesting story of the anti-Facebook, a new website that claims, at least for now, that it will have no advertising and no data mining, which means that it will have no money and massive server costs. The solution to the Facebook problem is a decentralized Facebook built on top of BitTorrent with encrypted files that only friends of friends can see. Host your friends' data, pass it around, share data that you can't see, make the dark web real. Perhaps MadeSafe will deliver on this promise. Petition to stop Nestle from patenting the fennel flour goes viral on Facebook. Corporations continue to patent nature, and some people are trying to stop them. Good luck with that. Great show from John Oliver, Translators. John Oliver explains how translators in Iraq and Afghanistan have been left behind by the American military. They're given endless forms to fill out and have to wait about 1.5 years to get their visas, which are often denied then for no reason. Their families have been hunted and killed. These are men and women who volunteered to translate for the American military, making them safer, helping them understand local customs and where landmines are. But when it comes time to pay them back, and at least let them live out their lives without threats of death and fear, the government fails them. Great report by John Oliver. Last week tonight, John Oliver, Supreme Court, now with dogs and cats. The Supreme Court foolishly does not release videotape of their events. And John Oliver has taken them to task, taking the audio from the Supreme Court and adding cute pictures of dogs, cats, birds, and chickens to make the proceedings more watchable. He's also publicly released the dog and kitten pack set, the dog and kitten images in a pack so that you can create your own Supreme Court audio files, now with video. Chess.com has a Bitcoin sister platform called Gambit.com. Gambit is where you can bet very small amounts on games of chance like backgammon and reversey. They don't have straight skill games like chess because they figure people will cheat, but it's fun. They had Monopoly first, then they're never going to have casino games. They're never going to have straight skill games like Go or Reversey or chess, but they're starting off with cribbage, billiards, dominoes, and the, I can't imagine why, heavily demanded rock, paper, scissors. Best of luck to Gambit.com, and congratulations for all of their success with Chess.com. It's a great platform. 1 in 4 millennials trust no one with their money. Fidelity survey finds. That's 25%. Are you listening, banks? 25% don't trust not just banks, not just credit cards, not just anyone, but no one with their money. You'll have to wonder if the millennials end up using Bitcoin. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Don't forget to donate to Mad Bitcoins with the QR code on your screen right now. It's okay. You can pause it. Or subscribe to help Mad Bitcoins at patreon.com/madbitcoins. Right now, we're pulling in a kingly $140 a month from our 19 subscribers. Every little bit helps. Even $5, $10 a month, if there were hundreds of subscribers, would be more than enough to pay bills. Or donate to this code right now on your screen. This news will repeat throughout the day as we test the live stream. All the playing stopped in the playground now. She wants to play with her toys a little while. And school's out early and soon we'll be learning that the lesson today is how to die. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mini Bits, World Crypto Network. Daily YouTube shows about Bitcoin. Where else can you subscribe to view the Bitcoin Group, Dark News, Midas Marnie, This Week in Cryptos, Mad Potcoins, and Bitcoin Talk Show, all with a single click at worldcryptonetwork.com. If you have a weekly show, you could even join the World Crypto Network. We're looking for you.
Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Electronic God.
Goal is to spread, goal is to spread, goal is to spread the decentralized dance party to all corners of the earth. Independent, autonomous DDP party cells. Independent, autonomous DDP party cells. Independent, autonomous DDP party cells. We'll broadcast a simultaneous global dance party, simultaneous global dance party, simultaneous global dance party to everyone in the world at the same time, uniting all of humanity in song and dance, uniting all of humanity in song and dance, uniting all of humanity in song and dance, and we'll win the Nobel Peace Prize for partying.
Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards? Did you know that Doge spelled backwards is eGod? Is eGod? Is eGod? Electronic God.
Good morning, Bitcoins. We're joined by Tatiana Moroz live, who just performed at the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup. How's it going, Tatiana?
Very well. Happy to be here on the West Coast.
Very cool. It's great to have you on the right side of the country for once.
Yeah.
Tried to catch up with you in PorcFest, but you're just way too fast.
I know. I had to go. I had the Libertarian Party National Convention out in Columbus. I had to leave early on Thursday, so.
Just weekend after weekend, just booked after booked after booked, just event after event, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm in San Francisco until the 30th, and I think I have 6 different times that I'm performing. So
only 6. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think you know, over 2 weeks. Yeah, I think that's just about enough. I got, you know, a lot of stuff with Bitcoin Magazine going on, so it's been very, very busy.
Very cool. I very much enjoyed tonight's performance. It was excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry the crowd was a little out of it. They all have to do their networking. They're pretty serious about like the talking nonsense. I don't know.
Really, I actually thought there were like a lot of people in the front that just stayed through the whole thing. I thought there was a pretty good connection. I know people are talking in the back, but I kind of expect that. It's a meetup. People want to talk about Bitcoin. And I don't know. I was happy to have everybody's attention. It went much better than I thought it was going to go.
It's different for me. I would just yell at the people in the back if they weren't listening to me. So yeah, the front people were very good, but yeah, the back people were networking as they're wont to do. And you can still hear them networking in the background behind us. Dozens of co-founders meeting with dozens of other co-founders to exchange about companies to co-found in the future. It's very exciting over there.
You know, I think like at any of these things, it really, I mean, I know it sounds almost like you're kidding, but it's true. People are really making big moves and the space moves so quickly, like from week to week, from month to month. There's a lot of really interesting collaborations happening and I'm learning a lot just going from place to place. I'm still not, you know, Bitcoin master, but I'm learning a lot.
There's always something new. Like, did you know, for instance, when your Bitcoin sends from account to account, it actually empties out the account? It sends all of your Bitcoins to the person you send it to. Then it sends the change back to you.
Wow. No, I didn't know that. That sounds a little scary.
It's a little scary. And it's why whenever you send money to someone, they know how much you have in your account because it sends it all to them. And then it sends the change back to you. It's just part of the way it works. It's really cool.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I need to get up on the security tip. So while I'm on the West Coast, maybe even you can join us. Me and Ryan from Bitcoin Magazine, we are going to do a little video about how to keep your coins secure. And I don't know. I think that stuff, even when you read it list by list, I don't absorb things very well. So I think a video might be helpful. And even if nobody finds it helpful, I'll get a free tutorial. So
There's really only one way: paper wallets that you generated while you're offline on a secure operating system that booted from a CD or a USB key. There's really nothing else. Like, a lot of people are trying, there's a lot of encryption, but if you have a keylogger on your computer, they're just going to copy your password. You're just constantly typing in your password for other people to see it. And the beauty of a real paper wallet is that the key on that paper wallet has never touched the internet. It's amazing to think about, but you can generate Bitcoin wallets while you're not on the internet. I don't understand the math, but it's something like the amount of grains of sand on a beach multiplied by the amount of stars in the sky, and that's your Bitcoin wallet. And then
it's poetic.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. You lure them in with poetry.
Absolutely. You got to trick them.
Well, actually, that was super complicated. So have you actually done this?
Absolutely. I've done it, and I've videotaped myself doing it twice. I have a 25-minute and a 15-minute video that you can watch, how to make paper wallets. And there are some difficult steps. I mean, you have to burn a DVD with the operating system. You have to reboot into the operating system. That can be difficult. A lot of people haven't done that. You boot, because the key is you have to boot off of the CD so that you know you have a system that's secure and doesn't have keyloggers. Because basically we have to assume that your computer, my computer, are totally owned by hackers. And if they're not owned by hackers, they're definitely owned by the NSA. Right. So either way, we want to try to keep our keys from them. So if you're off the internet, unless someone really, really wants access to your computer, there's a pretty good chance that you're offline. So then you could create these keys, then you could send your money to them, and then your money could truly be safe.
That's horrifying. I don't know if that was a good sell for this technology. That sounded really scary, but maybe you'll help it be a little bit less scary.
Well, and that's what Derek J said, is he was frustrated by all these security measures, and basically anytime something comes over your computer, it's completely captured, it's completely owned, if not by a hacker, by someone else. And yes, that's true, but when we told you that you could be your own bank, did you really think it was going to be easy? Like, being your own bank requires responsibility. And that's what we're talking about. If you have more than 3 Bitcoins in one account, you're a target for hackers. You have to look at this from a hacker's perspective. How much time are they willing to waste trying to steal your money? Now, I agree, in the past, your computer would be valueless to a hacker. You'd have some Word documents, you have some spreadsheets, some personal stuff, but generally no one cares, right? But now we've taken all those beautiful unpatched Windows machines out there and we've put money on them. And for some of these people that bought early or had real money to invest, they put serious money on these computers.
Yeah.
And basically what's going to happen is that you're going to get hacked and they're going to take all your money. When all your money is in one pile, they're not going to take half, they're not going to take a third, they're going to take it all. So you're going to be like, one day I got 30 Bitcoins, things are really sweet, and the next day you got 0. Unless you split them up into piles, unless you split them up into paper wallets, unless you, even just using two-factor authentication is a good start. If you use the Google Authenticator or Authy app, if you just use email, if you use text messages, there's a very good chance that those could be hacked. The email account, if you don't have two-factor authentication on your Gmail, and essentially, yeah, I'm suggesting you should use Gmail, at least for this, because they have two-factor. If you don't have that on your email will be hacked, and your email controls all of your accounts, and they'll reset your accounts one by one, and then they'll take all your money. It's happened time and time again, and basically, I used to be nice about it, and I wouldn't say anything, and I'd kind of, tacitly let these people lose their money, but I have zero tolerance for it now. I'm sick of it happening to like good people losing 30 Bitcoins at one time. So I'm telling you, even in this interview, it's supposed to be about music. We're not supposed to talk about technology.
Well, listen, I mean, you need money in order to make music, so it's a very relevant topic.
And if you had money, like a lot of people have Bitcoins, and they're putting them in a big stack all together. Ooh, I got 10. Ooh, I got 20. Well, when the hacker takes them, he's going to take them all. He's not even going to leave you one. So unless you get them into paper wallets and split them up into different piles, you're a big target, and they're going to find you. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you still have a chance to change. You can still reform yourself. Print some paper wallets today.
Do you think you can help me with that?
Sure. And we can also, there's a Piper paper wallet printer. That's a little box that you can buy for a couple $100. And what it does is it has a Raspberry Pi on there, and it randomizes the keys offline, and you just push the button on top, and it spits out wallets.
When you say raspberry anything, I'm just thinking of like a dessert.
Well, it's a bit hard. It's more geek speak because the computer is called a Pi because it's like 3.14. But of course, they wanted to confuse you, so they named it Raspberry Pi. So it's Raspberry Pi, not Raspberry Pi. But yeah, it's just a very small computer board that hobbyists use to make little toy computers. But yeah, it's very cool. So what else is going on in Bitcoin and music? Back to our important topic.
Well, you know, I did Tatiana coin. We're still carrying on with the campaign. People can still buy Tatiana coins. They're about $0.05 a piece. And they can support my album. I'm going to go in August. We raised enough money to at least get the front end of the album going. So yeah, we're going to hopefully do some video of me in the studio and stuff like that. I'm going to do the Bitcoin jingles. So that'll be really fun. And in the meantime, you know, I'm playing here in San Francisco. I'm playing at 20 Mission, I think on the 29th. There's some sort of I don't know if it's a panel or what we're doing, but we'll be talking and stuff. And then there's Coin Congress this week. I'm doing the Silicon Valley meetup. Yesterday I was in Palo Alto. There was a really great party that we did. And then in August, I'm also going to go to Nashville. There's something called Night of Clarity that my friend Bob Murphy is putting on. And then I'm going to do a joint evening with Liberty on the Rocks, Liberty.me, and the Bitcoin group in Nashville on the 21st of August. So we're going to do a little jam. The Otis Satoshi guys are going to be there, so they're going to join me, and I'm going to try and write a third-part harmony on their song, just kind of on the fly. It's going to be fun. So
very cool. A third-part harmony sounds great.
Yeah, you know, that stuff that kind of comes naturally to me. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been singing. So I don't know. It's sort of the way that I listen to music, even on the radio. I'm never singing the lead. I'm singing the harmony. So it's kind of just a fun thing. I think it'll be cool.
So what kind of prizes can people buy in Tatiana coin?
Well, we have all sorts of prizes. When the album is out, they'll be able to get the first edition. You know, they'll get like exclusive stuff. They can come and hang out with me in the studio. They can do a Skype conversation with me. They can go with me to dinner with some of my famous Bitcoin friends after a Bitcoin event. They can even have me write them a song that could be either for their company or for a loved one. Sometimes people, they have lyrics and like, can you sing this? And I'm like, it takes so much work. But this kind of bridges that gap. And yeah, so and I'm always coming up with new stuff. Because I've been on the road, it's been a little bit tricky to kind of focus on that just because we switched over, and now that it's a fixed model, it took a little bit of pressure off. And it allows me to teach people over a longer course of time about this concept. But yeah, so Tatiana coin, I'm going to see Adam this week. So maybe we'll even talk with you a little bit, and we'll do another show. We'll kind of talk about the developments, but I'd really like to start thinking about the crypto label and getting a recording studio to not only accept Bitcoin, but to have that label there and do like a reality show and kind of sign different artists and, I don't know, use music to evangelize Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general. I think that there's a lot of synergy there. And I think it's a really great teaching tool because tech people are not that into, non-tech people are not that into tech stuff, but everybody loves music, so.
And I think there's a lot of that Bitcoin can help people with music about, so. And people can buy Tatiana coin right now at tatianacoin.com, and they can just go ahead and see which one of the reward levels they'd like and buy an appropriate number of Tatiana coin for the reward.
Yeah, that's right. And they can actually go to Coin Powers. That would be the main thing. But all the information is on tatianacoin.com. And I'm going to filter that. My friend Dave Cahill, he's another awesome artist. We're going to filter it all into my Tatiana Moroz site, so I don't have to tell people about, all these different websites and stuff.
Very cool. Anything else going on you'd like to tell them about?
I don't know. All sorts of good things. My birthday is August 11th, so about birthday. No, but that's it. Everything's cool. I'm just happy to be alive. A little burnt out from the road, but I love the new team at Bitcoin Magazine. We're doing some really cool video stuff, and hopefully we'll do some stuff with you. And yeah, I'm just happy to be down at 20 Mission tonight and hanging with the Bitcoiners of the West Coast.
Very cool. Thank you, Tatiana, for joining us.
Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mini Bits. Midas, Marnie, helpful how-to videos, and the latest and greatest interviews with the who's who in Bitcoin and with Midas Marnie. Get the Midas Touch every week at worldcryptonetwork.com. Good morning, Bitcoins. My name is MadBitcoins, and this is the California Dirt Bucket Challenge. I'd now like to challenge Nick and everyone at the World Crypto Network to take the California Drought Awareness Dirt Bucket Challenge.
I want you to remember that no bastard has ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making the other poor dumb bastard die for his country. Men, all this stuff you've heard about Bitcoin not wanting to fight, wanting to stay out of the war, is a lot of horse dung. Bitcoiners traditionally love to fight. All real Bitcoiners love the sting of battle. When you were kids, you all admired the champion marble shooter, the fastest runner, the big league ball player, the toughest boxers. Bitcoiners love a winner and will not tolerate a loser. Bitcoiners play to win all the time. Why, I wouldn't give a hoot in hell for a man who lost and laughed. That's why Bitcoiners have never lost and will never lose a war, because the very thought of losing is hateful to Bitcoiners. Now, pool mining is a team. It lives, eats, sleeps, mines as a team. This individuality stuff is a bunch of crap. The bilious bastards who wrote that stuff about individuality in the Saturday Evening Post don't know anything more about real battle than they do about fornicating. Now we have the finest ASICs and GPUs, the best spirit, and the best people in the world. You know, by God, I almost pity those poor fiat bastards we're up against. By God, I do. We're not just going to shoot the bastards. We're going to cut out their living guts and use them to grease the treads of our miners. We're going to murder those lousy fiat bastards by the bushel. Now, I know some of you boys are wondering whether or not you'll chicken out under fire. Don't worry about it. I can assure you that you will do your duty. The credit card fees of the enemy. Wade into them. Spill their blood. Shoot them in the belly. When you put your hand into a bunch of goo that a moment before was your best friend's Bitcoin wallet, you'll know what to do. Now, there's another thing I want you to remember. I don't want to get any messages saying that we are holding our position. We're not holding anything. Let the fiat do that. We're advancing constantly. We're not interested in holding on to anything but the enemy. We're going to hold on to him by the nose, and we're going to kick him in the ass. We're going to kick the hell out of him all the time, and we're going to go through him like crap through a goose. Now, there's one thing that you men will be able to say when you get back home, and you may thank Bitcoin for it. 30 years from now, when you're sitting around your fireside with your grandson on your knee and he asks you, what did you do in the great digital currency war? You won't have to say, well, I shoveled bits in Louisiana. All right now, you sons of bitches know how I feel. I'll be proud to lead you wonderful Bitcoins into battle anytime, anywhere. That's all.
crush the competition of Bitcoin bowling.
I'm Alexis, aka Jesus from BTC Jam, and I'm predicting victory right now.
Yeah, I checked out all the other teams. They look pretty sucky. Kraken's probably going to take the trophy today. I checked out all the other teams. It's pretty amazing. I think we're going to have a hard time, but I'll be happy with third place.
Dude, you're doing fine. So awesome. Yeah, I'm like blown away that you guys are all here to have fun today with Big. We have MadBitcoin here. He's going to have an announcement playing in the final.
Thank you.